to chase, to pursue with a vengeance. Today, over 300,000 people have come to the Brickyard in Indianapolis to watch 33 drivers, each with something to prove, each with something to chase.
This chase is 500 miles.
This chase is for history.
This chase is a family tradition.
This chase is what you dream about.
This chase is for the milk.
For the trophy. For number 3.
This chase is for immortality.
The chase is on.
Doesn't get any better than this.
They're inches away at 214 miles an hour. I don't know how this is going to work. They run 3 wide into 3. The 60-second driver to win in the Indy 500.
They began arriving at the corner of 16th Street and Georgetown Road before the sun rose, an annual pilgrimage that will see the numbers build to nearly 400,000 by race time, the largest gathering for a single-day sporting event anywhere in the world. A Memorial Day weekend tradition that signals the start of summer and has been passed down from generation to generation. A place and a race that have defined careers and broken hearts. Since 1911, the scene has evolved, but endured as a unique slice of Americana. It's the granddad who's seen it all and the grandson who's about to. It's Gasoline Alley, the legendary Yard of Bricks, and Victory Lane, images that even the casual sports fan knows make this the most famous and important race in the world. For the 40th year, ABC Sports welcomes you to the greatest spectacle in racing, the 88th edition of the Indianapolis 500, telecast sponsored by 7-Eleven. Unfortunately, we do have wet conditions here at the Speedway. We had showers early this morning, 6 a.m. or so. They went out, they dried the track, and then a shower about 40 minutes ago, but it is not raining right now, so that's a good sign. In fact, we do see a little bit of sunshine peeking through, and hopefully it will stay that way. And hi, everybody, I'm Terry Gannon. We are thrilled to have you along as this great race appears here on ABC Sports for the 40th time. 4 decades of great moments and memories that make it year in, year out one of the highlights on the sports calendar. At the end of the day, one driver will stand in victory lane with a splash of milk and the Borg Warner Trophy, the most coveted piece of hardware in racing. You win this race, your life changes forever. But the weather does continue to be a big story here. We'll find out what the plans are right now from Senior Vice President of Operations for the Indy Racing League, Brian Barnhart, who is standing by with our Gary Gerald. Gary?
Well, Terry, we have been down this road, it seems like so many times in years past, and Brian is no stranger to these types of questions. Obviously, what is your game plan now that you've been set back with this latest shower?
Well, we got one more cell, looks like it's southwest of Indianapolis in Plainfield, and if it comes through, right now the radar doesn't show anything else behind it. We will resume the drying process even if that cell comes through, because it looks like behind that we ought to be able to get the track dried and have enough track time and dry time to run all 500 miles.
I suppose one of the primary questions, and you know this facility better than anyone, under good conditions, how long does it take to dry this 2.5-mile oval?
Well, there's a lot of variables that control that: the humidity level, sunshine, and wind, the amount of wind. Of course, the sunshine can also bring some weepers out.
The Indianapolis 500 is a Memorial Day tradition. There is no bigger crowd in any sporting event on any day than comes to the Indianapolis 500. And in the preliminaries to the race, there's all kinds of bands and this, that, and the next thing, flyovers and so forth. And then just before the race starts and the invocation is given, everyone is asked to stand while taps are blown. And 350,000 people shut up. It's dead silence. It's an incredible feeling. I get emotional when I think of it. And then the race starts. It's quite a day.
40 years, on ABC Sports, the Indianapolis 500. This year, telecast is sponsored by 7-Eleven. Hi again, everybody. Terry Gannon back with you. Some of the memories from Chris Economaki, who spent many years here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and certainly the pre-race festivities as much a part of this as the race for many fans, and the playing of taps, and back home again in Indiana, something that started back in 1946. Jim Neighbors here once again. He has been here since 1972, missed a few years, I think 6 years in between, but he is here once again to sing that famous song here in Indianapolis, and we are just a few moments away. There you see the drivers, Weldon getting ready, and the cars are out there, the machines in position right now. The rain that came through earlier in the day is through. You heard Paul Page talk about the front that may be 80 miles from here or so. Not going to think about that right now. We're just trying to get this underway, and Tony Kanaan waiting. These must be agonizing moments for these drivers and the crews and the team owners who have been here throughout the month of May preparing for the Indianapolis 500. Right now, we send it to Jamie Little.
Well, Greg Ray, this whole deal has come together last minute. By far, he has had less laps than anybody else, less than 50 laps. I know you guys are still putting stickers on. How are you feeling right now, and have things come together the way you'd like it?
Well, we know we have a great team, and we know this awesome Honda Power is the best package out there, the G-Force and the Firestone tires. So, you know, it's Indy is very exciting, and it's been an exciting month for us. And you know, we didn't know this until Monday that we were going to put Rent-A-Center on the side of the car, University Loft, and before MasterCard. So hopefully we'll have a great showing here and be able to take them on for the rest of the ride this year.
All right, Greg Ray, 8th start.
Jamie, Jessica Simpson will sing the national anthem with, boy, that must be a daunting task with almost 400,000 people here in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And that is just a moment from now. That's a great scene. These people, nearly 400,000 people. It's amazing how easily they get them in and out of here. I mean, obviously you have traffic problems getting to the speedway, but not nearly as bad as you would think. And getting them out, one of the great memories that Jim McKay, if you were with us earlier today, that he has of Indianapolis and the speedway here, the people leaving, and how people leave having a good time with smiles on their faces, and it's very orderly. Right now, we send it over to the public address announcer, Dave Calabro.
Ladies and gentlemen, race fans, we appreciate your patience this morning as Mother Nature has messed with the schedule a bit this morning, but I think we're back on track. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I ask you to please stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to please stand. Remove your hats at this time. Stand and remove your hats at this time as we pay tribute to our nation. The national anthem will be followed today by a flight of F-16s from the 122nd Fighter Wing of the Indiana Air National Guard from Fort Wayne. And now, here to sing the Star-Spangled Banner, ladies and gentlemen, here she is, Jessica Simpson.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous flight o'er the we watched were so gallant, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Jessica Simpson. Attention in the pit area. Drivers, to your cars. Drivers, to your cars.
Well, from the cover of nearly every magazine on the stands these days, right to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Jessica Simpson with the national anthem. We're getting close at Indy. Nearing the start of the 2004 version of the Great Chase, the 88th edition of the Indianapolis 500, telecast sponsored by 7-Eleven. Getting close now to the green flag. Back to public address announcer Dave Calabro.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to remember the men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice in serving their country is General Bill Beggart, Commander of Pacific Air Forces.
Good afternoon. 400,000 patriotic American citizens join me here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to witness the 88th running of the Indy 500. But before the drivers start their engines, we ask all of you here and at home to remember the men and women in uniform who have paid the ultimate price fighting our nation's battles. Tomorrow we celebrate the most solemn of American holidays, Memorial Day, the only day each year where we pay tribute to our fellow citizens who have given their lives defending the precious liberties that we enjoy every day. To remember them, I ask Americans everywhere to join a national effort tomorrow at 3 p.m. to pause for 1 minute and reflect on those who made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our country and our way of life. One nation, one moment. Let us never forget. Thank you, and God bless America.
The playing of taps by the Purdue University marching band, always an emotional moment here at the Indianapolis 500, but taking on added significance, obviously, with the situation in the world today. We pray for the return of all of those representing us around the world. Right now, let's get the latest on track conditions and when we can expect the green flag to fly from Todd Harris.
All right, Terry. Well, from the outside, the track looks pretty dry, but when you get down really close like this, there's small, minute cracks, and those cracks have water in them. They're called weepers. Unfortunately, it's just the nature of the beast. We've gotten so much water, so they've enlisted the greatest track crew in the world down here on their hands and knees with terry cloth towels, and they are literally absorbing the water in those cracks. Now, they will do that all along the straightaway. The problem, I'm told, is in turn 4, there's excessive amount of water. When you're going 220 plus miles an hour, you cannot have any water on those wheels. So the problem here is water in the cracks. The weepers the problem. But they have told me this problem will be rectified because after the Brickyard, the last NASCAR race, this track will be entirely resurfaced. So that doesn't mean we'll have no more rainouts here, but there will not be any of these minute cracks for the weepers. Let's go back to the booth.
Well, there they are continuing to work on several areas of the track. And Scott, this whole stop and go thing, it's got to be driving the drivers just crazy.
Well, Paul, it certainly takes a lot of toll on the drivers. Now, they've been told to go to the car a few minutes ago, and obviously they thought they'd have these weepers solved. So, you know, your mindset is just to let's get going. You want to get in the car, get in your office, as I call it, and take the green flag. But I spoke to Brian Barnhart's group, and they said, you know, we cannot let anybody go out if there's any dampness on the track whatsoever. Now, they say that the dampness is probably off the racing line, but on the parade laps, and if anybody goes 2 or 3 abreast, because it's in the lower area of the racetrack, it could become a problem. As Todd pointed out, over 220 miles an hour with no grooves in these tires because they're slicks. There's absolutely no way you can have any moisture in the track whatsoever.
During the rendering of taps, you heard an engine in the background. That was Mark Taylor's car. They were doing a final check on his engine. Apparently they were a little concerned about something, Terry Gannon.
Well, final preparations underway. There you see machines being put into line, 3 abreast for the start of the Indianapolis 500. We're back with our coverage right after this message from your ABC stations. Back at the Speedway as we get close to the start of this 88th edition of the Indianapolis 500. Telecast sponsored by 7-Eleven. Great aerial views courtesy of AmeriQuest Airship Freedom. Appropriately enough, on this Memorial Day weekend, the festivities underway, maybe 10 minutes away or so from Jim Neighbors singing Back Home Again in Indiana. While we have a moment, a reminder, Los Angeles, it's a city of dreams and murder. And you've seen it from a helicopter on the 5 o'clock news, but now Peter Jennings takes you to the street. Don't miss LAPD, Tuesday at 10, 9 Central on ABC. The gentlemen who will call this race, Paul Page, Jack Root, and Scott Goodyear. We send it to them with the second most important phrase in racing. Who do you like?
Well, and maybe the most dangerous time for the broadcast team during the running of the 500 miles. What's your picks? We chose several categories, actually. The winner, the dark horse, and the rookie of the year. Now, the rookie of the year is, in fact, a subjective decision, so it's a little harder. That, oh my goodness, my pick is sound asleep. But that's the way Rick Mears used to handle tension, too, and he, after all, won 4 of them. Koski Matsura, that would be my dark horse. And then I think Darren Manning is going to be my guy for the rookie of the year. He's been around. He talks to everybody. He's just so friendly, so personable. That's the way I'm going.
Well, I'm going to go really with the favorite. For my pick for the winner, you got to go with Dan Weldon. He's had such a great early part of the season. This is the 4th race, and he's had a 2nd, a 3rd, and a win. And then for my long shot, Roger Yasukawa making his 2nd start here. Said he learned an awful lot on how to deal with the pressures of the Indianapolis 500. And then, of course, you've got to go with the rookie of the year, Scott. It's got to be Ed Carpenter.
Well, you know, the way I look at it right now, my pick to win has to be Adrian Fernandez. I know he came into the series late. He's got the Honda power. He's matured, 40 years old. I know it's only his 3rd start, but you know something? I just feel good. He's been fast all month, along with his teammate, Kosuke Matsura. To come in, I would say, for a dark horse, Buddy Lazier. You know, came here late, 5 laps, though. I'll tell you what, this guy was up to speed very, very quickly. I like his lines on the racetrack. He's smooth. He's got that classic Rick Mears lines. And for a rookie, Ed Carpenter logged a lot of miles underneath Eddie Cheever, and I have to say that he looks very strong also. We'll see if the Chevrolet power can keep him up front.
Yeah, count on the Canadian to have all those kind of specific reasons, and Jack and I are just out here flying free.
Well, you always have to worry we don't get the opportunity to re-bracket like you do after the 1st round of the NCAAs.
Okay, rookie Terry Gannon, how about you?
Say it with feeling. Do you really care who I like today? I'll tell you anyway. Yes. Thomas Scheckter is due. He's led the most laps the last couple of years without winning. So forget about the rookie, forget about the dark horse. It is all Scheckter today here at Indianapolis. Going to take that splash of milk and get his face carved into the Borg Warner Trophy for the very first time. Watch out for Sam Hornish Jr. too. As you look at my dark horse there, Vitor Mira is that one. Very dangerous rider here at Indy. And again, they are continuing to try to dry this track. We thought it was dry, but then you heard the report just a few moments ago from Todd Harris. Some little bits of water still on the track. As you look at David Letterman, Buddy Rice, of course, on the pole and driving for the Ray Hall Letterman team. But Tony Kanaan, we saw him sleeping just a moment ago. Right now, let's get on to Dr. Jerry Punch.
Well, thank you very much. You know, whether Tony Kanaan wins the Indy 500 today or not, he has already made a huge difference in someone's life here in the month of May. On Thursday, May 20th, Tony Kanaan went to Methodist Hospital to visit the children there. He was deeply touched by the story of a 15-year-old girl from Decatur, Indiana, who was in a coma by the name of Andrea. Before he left that day, he went to her father and took off his special charm, a necklace he had worn for 5 years in racing. They said, "This is what gives me strength. It makes me strong. It allows me to win. She needs it here today." He gave the necklace to Andrea. A couple of days ago, that father came here and told Tony Kanaan that his daughter is now awake and will make a 100% recovery. Andrea will be fine, and we are told she will be watching Tony Kanaan here today. If you needed a reason to cheer for Tony Kanaan in this race, you now have one. That is just one of the many stories we'll be following as we get set for the 88th running of the Indianapolis 500.
Back in Indianapolis with a reminder, Game 1 of the NBA Finals tips off next Sunday night on ABC. Not sure who's going to be there, but make sure you are, either the Lakers or the T-Wolves, or the Pistons, Pacers. Tonight, Game 5, of course, the Eastern Conference Finals, Pistons and the Pacers. Final battle beginning next Sunday night at 8:30 Eastern right here on ABC. Scott Sharp's visor cam, and Paul Page was talking about how far the technology has come throughout the years, not only for the machines and the Speedway and the IRL, but also for our coverage over the course of 40 years. Right now, let's send it over to Gary Gerald.
Terry, we're down here in the front row alongside Dario Franchitti's car. One of the major changes this year at Indianapolis is a rules package that the biggest change impacts the power plant. It has been reduced by a half liter. 3.5 to 3 liters means a reduction in horsepower underneath this bodywork of about 90 to 100 horsepower. But there have been some aerodynamic tweaks that make these cars edgier than they've ever been in the past. The idea to slow these cars down, which they've done this year by about 10-12 miles per hour. But take a look right on the center spine of the race car, all the way up here to the dash, and all the way to the back, a 1/4-inch wicker. If the car gets sideways, it deflects air. The design purpose is to help keep this car glued to the racetrack, not get airborne. There is another one underneath the car on the skid, a curvature of just over a 1/4 of an inch. You can't really see it from here. You could barely discern it. That also designed to deflect air. If the car goes sideways, it keeps these cars on the ground. And one other change can be found here at the rear, underneath the rear wing. They've added a 1/4-inch rear wicker. You can barely discern it right along here. This creates drag. It's designed to slow these cars down. If they had not made these changes this year, these cars, they believe, would be running very close to 240 miles per hour. Pole speed turned out to be 222 this year. Race pace, well, a lot of conjecture with the changing conditions. It may be somewhere around 211 miles per hour. So significant changes, primarily designed to keep these drivers safe. Vince?
One of the great driver stories here, and guys in the booth touched on it as maybe one of the Rookie of the Year favorites, Ed Carpenter. He has dreamed of running this race since the first time he got behind the wheel of a 1/4 midget at the age of 8. And it's a special story. This is his backyard, literally and figuratively. His stepfather is Tony George, his mother Laura George. They own the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And Ed, finally realizing the dream as you sit in the car strapped in, ready to go. What are the emotions you're experiencing now?
I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I'm really excited. I mean, I almost got tears in my eyes when I came out after driver announcements, and I'm just ready to get this thing going. Hopefully the rain will stay away. We can put in 500 miles.
What are your thoughts as you get ready to look at this 500 miles? What's the part of the race that concerns you the most?
I just want to hang around and be there at the end, position myself to be in a position to make a run at the end. And the first part of the race is just strategy.
Ed Carpenter in the 52 for a former winner here at Cheever. Todd?
Well, the 51 driver right now is Alex Barron, strapped in, very comfortable. The 2002 IRL Rookie of the Year. Alex, your final thoughts as we get set 5 minutes out.
Well, it's been a little bit of a delay, but I'm happy to see we're going to get the race off today, and we're going to try to move forward as quick as we can. The Red Bull car is extremely fast.
You've had some good qualifying this month, a few incidents, put all that behind you. Now it's just time to go.
Yeah, we got a good race car. We've been working on race up quite a bit, and you know, we're going to try to pick them off as quickly as we can, and you know, obviously try to be in the top 5 at the end of the race.
Good luck to you. Have a safe one.
Thank you.
And let's send it back upstairs in the booth.
So the field is now all set. The 11 rows of 3. The crews stand around. It's a very personal moment, as you saw just a few seconds ago for Dario Franchitti.
Well, and then on top of it all, with what Ed Carpenter said, you know, he had tears in his eyes. When you have a lifelong dream as a youngster, and now it comes to full fruition, he had to wait a little longer, Scott, but he is going to get the command to start engines that he's dreamed about since he raced those quarter midgets at age 5.
Always a thrill, you know, and no matter how many times you've been in a race car, nothing prepares you for the start here at the Indianapolis 500. You know, 3 abreast start, only place like it in the world.
There are the Delphi track conditions. The Air 76 track just a little bit warmer and a light wind out of the southeast. Those look like pretty good conditions to go racing in the 88th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Anticipation now as Jim Neighbor is about to take to the microphone. 2.5 miles around this place. It's called an oval. It's really a rectangle, Scott.
Paul, the most famous racetrack in the world. Every driver who races a car would like to come here. All the problems have been down in turn 1 this month with anybody having any accidents simply because it's the bumpiest part of the racetrack. Turns 3 up here that you see, turn 1 and 3, 225 miles an hour going into the turns this day. It will be a very fast track, a lot of drafting going on, a lot of strategy you heard Ed Carpenter mention.
And so now the crowd waits. We wait. You wait. Look at that magnificent view from high above the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Every year there are traditions large and small. Those that each individual fan has as they come to the track and go back to their traditional seat. And then, of course, there's the rendering of Back Home Again in Indiana by Jim Neighbors. The crowd loves it. Here's Tom Carnegie.
His voice has become an institution at this 500-mile race. Here to perform Back Home Again in Indiana is our good friend, Mr. Jim Neighbors.
Back home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still burning bright through the sycamores for me. The new moon sends out its fragrance through the fields I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the Wabash, how I long for my Indiana home.
Race fans, thank you for your patience. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. Here she is with the most famous words in all of motorsports, the chairperson of the board of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Mary Holman George.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
One of the great moments and scenes in all of sports every single year on Memorial Day weekend. The engines are running at Indy. The prep time, the pomp, all the pre-race festivities, they're over. It is race time here in Indianapolis. Maybe about 2 hours late, little more than 2 hours late, but they are set to go. So are the men who will call the action. Paul Page, Jack Arute, and Scott Goodyear. Gentlemen.
Well, we're about to see that incredible moment when the field erupts into raw speed at over 200 miles an hour. All 33 of them closely packed together.
Paul, more than 45,000 miles have been run in practice. That's twice around the world. But these 500 miles are the ones that will be most impactful.
And Jack, I'll tell you, the start, like we talked about before, is always very difficult. 8 rookies in the field today. Their first time coming down 3 abreast on a very narrow racetrack, only 50 feet wide.
The rain may have already caused some problems. Several cars, you saw Sam Hornish, this is Scott Sharp, of course, that have not yet started. Well, now Scott Sharp gets away. Have moisture in the air, the engine's sitting for a long time. A number of the teams warmed their engines, trying to get the oil temperatures up. Now the field rolls. Always love it too when the safety crew stands out at the edge of the racetrack. Morgan Freeman, the Corvette convertible, the official pace car of the 2004 Indianapolis 500, and Morgan Freeman is at the wheel. There is the field. He mentioned earlier what it must be like to look back in those rear view mirrors. He's doing it now.
I want to give you a long shot that you want to watch, guys. Number 13, Greg Ray. Jamie Little talked to Greg, talked about the fact that he only had 30 miles of practice before he made it into the field. Financial woes have befallen the Access Motorsports team. He told us all that he has to finish 10th or better today just to continue through the season. How'd you like to go to work that way tomorrow?
And Jack, the interesting thing for Greg Ray is that he's not only a driver, but as you mentioned, he's a driver owner. And for the 2 weeks before he got on the racetrack, he was actually in the office on the telephone every day trying to get some sponsorship to get this program underway. And then he comes in here and just turns his hat over and ends up going out there and going quickly so fast. Amazing feat.
The safety crews out at the edge of the track. A final salute to the drivers as they come by. Parade cars out in front of them. Look at the fans. Yeah, boy. They know the moment is coming. Morgan Freeman will increment up 60 to 80 and finally come to 100 miles an hour.
This is where the calming effect comes in right now, because you're in the car, you finally get that opportunity to put all this month behind you. You're sitting in there having the opportunity just to sort of get settled into your office, anticipation of the green flag.
Here's the Budweiser race analysis for you. Line ahead is 800 left-hand turns, 500 miles. Drink of cold milk and over $1 million await the winner. The pole sitter is Buddy Rice, car number 15. That car has never started on the pole, but twice it has won the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Parade cars now come off the circuit. 3 laps advance the race. 2 parade laps and then the pace last lap itself, unless of course the race officials make a determination that they need more time to either bring the cars up to temperature, the tires up to temperature, or if one of the drivers would radio back and say, hey, we've got an issue here. We have plenty of onboard cameras for you. Scott Sharp, you saw his a little bit earlier, the pole winner in 2001, the visor cam. Sarah Fisher, she'll be making her 5th start in the 500, and she's 23 years old. Rookie Mark Taylor, last year's Menards Infinity Pro Series champion. Last year's IRL IndyCar Series champion Scott Dixon making his 2nd start at Indianapolis. Thomas Schechter from Cape Town, South Africa. He's led 148 laps in his past 2 Indy 500 starts, more than anyone else. Tony Kanaan, he's led in each of his 2 starts in the 500 and won earlier in the season at Phoenix, Arizona. And Dario Franchitti He hopes to become the first Scotsman since Jim Clark in 1965 to go to victory lane. Again, the camera, the right side of his right eye looking across to the pits.
Now look at the steering wheel here through this visor cam. Very interesting to see all the activity that's going on. Some warning indicator lights are right around this area here. You can see the RPM lights, the shift lights keep illuminating here. There's green, yellow, and red up on the top of the steering wheel. Right in the very center of the steering wheel will be the gear indicator that he'll be watching, because these guys will be actually shifting quite a few times per in sixth gear. There is a headwind right now going into turn 1, so that means they'll be using 4th or 5th into turn 1 up to 6th gear going down the straightaway you're riding along right now, which is all the way down to turn 3.
And there's Dan Weldon, the pan cam, taking a look over from the middle of the front row over to the pole sitter. Now Dan Weldon, you may remember, got upside down last year. Dario Franchitti will occupy that space, and we have pan cams available to give you all the action at the Indy 500. The pace car just ahead. In race control, Brian Barnhart, you met him earlier. Mel Harder stands there. They're watching the field as it comes into formation. 11 rows of 3, 32 men, 1 woman, 8 rookies, 3 former winners, and 500 miles to go. All over the place on the start. But the green came out nevertheless, and Buddy Rice set the pace. Dario Franchitti has jumped into second place. Tony Kanaan on the move. Kanaan gets alongside of Weldon, going for third. Those sparks you see, those are bumpers on the bottom of the car. They're titanium. The cars are heavy, and when they touch the ground, you'll see a spray of sparks. Buddy Rice leads lap number 1 at Indianapolis, the first time he's led here.
These early laps remind me of the first round of a heavyweight championship bout, Paul. You try and do parry and thrust. You try to see just what your car will do, and then you settle in. You've got to find a rhythm, because it's 200 laps around this grand old lady.
Buddy Rice has become the 181st different driver to lead in Indianapolis history. Plenty of action back in the field. You know, the question that everybody asked was, how will the passing be? Will you be able to get up alongside somebody? Everybody's been worried about turbulence. Doesn't seem to be a problem.
Might this be an indicator that some of these guys think that this race won't go 200 laps?
Rice, Franchitti, Kanaan, Weldon, and Castroneves, the top 5, side by side and won once again. This is incredible.
Settling into a pace right now. That's what these guys will be hearing on the radio from all the team managers and their spotters. Let's pick up a pace guy, try to conserve a little bit of fuel. Jack, you talked about a short race. That's probably what they are thinking about right now. And if they can actually maybe squeak out an extra couple of laps on a fuel tank, maybe that might just keep them on the during a green session.
The 2-target Chip Ganassi cars have been running right together. Scott Dixon and Darren Manning fighting one another.
Already, Access Motorsports car number 13 at Greg Ray, a report that the engine might be going sour. He's got to finish in the top 10. Boy, that would be real tough on that team in Greg Ray.
Look at this as Herta gets inside of rookie Ed Carpenter and then tries to get down even further.
Well, Brian Herta told us before we went on the air with the green flag that he was going to try and get up with his teammates. He didn't get to qualify on the first day. He is really rolling along.
But what you saw right there is the one thing you have to worry a little bit about. You take a run on somebody, you can't get it done, and you're going to lose momentum.
Well, not only momentum, but you end up on the low side of the racetrack like Herta almost did going into turn 3. We saw what happened last year with Dan Weldon, where the car actually got too low in the race course. tight line going through the turn and ended up going upside down.
Out of nowhere, here comes Tora Takagi. He's on the fly, the 12 car.
I don't get it. I thought we were all supposed to settle in. Scott Sharp goes to the inside of Brian Herta. A.J. Foyt the fourth trying to do likewise.
Well, absolutely right, because everybody that you spoke to up and down the garage area, all the drivers, Jack, you and I did it. They said, you know, I just cannot get any grip going through the turns right now simply because I don't have enough force down on the cars.
Foyt the fourth, that green and white car, number 14, he's been running right out to the wall on every lap.
Last year's race, A.J. Foyt ran his radio battery down, wasn't able to hear any communications from his spotter. I think right now his spotter wishes the battery was dead because I can hear him saying, don't get so close to the wall, and then Grandpa A.J. saying, and I agree.
So the Indianapolis 500, 6 laps old, 215 miles an hour. Out of most of the cars in the field last time around, as again you see the sparks from those skid blocks. Buddy Rice was the fastest car, the pole sitter, and he's beginning now to put some distance between himself and second place, Dario Franchitti. Now the interval at a full 1.6 seconds, and that's a long way.
Buddy Rice grew up, Paul, very enamored with both drag racing that his father did as a hobby and baseball. When he was a sophomore in high school, his father said, look, buddy, you're going to have to choose one or the other. He wanted to go for baseball, but he chose auto racing to stay close to his dad. I think today he's happy he made that decision.
Fight for second place, Franchitti with his teammate, Tony Kanaan, right behind him. Another member of that team, Dan Weldon, sits in fourth. Back with the visor cam.
What a ride this is right now. We talked about those shift lights. You can see them going from the green, yellow up to red, and that's when he'll select another gear. The bright red comes on, and then he gets up to fifth gear, going through the turn 3-4 complex. We talked about that wind. He'll be using the gear lever on his right-hand side, down over in this area here. Sometimes as many as 3 or 4 times per lap. Guys, they might end up with almost 2,000 shifts over this entire race.
You see that 2.2 in the center of the wheel. That's going to be a big number during the running of the 500.
A huge number. That's the fuel number. They make it nice and large for the drivers to be able to see. Right on the center of the steering wheel, everybody will have a number there, and it's just a nice gentle reminder that if the tank gets below 2.2 gallons, you make sure you come in. Now, they do have that information on their electronic Pi steering wheel right down this area here. It is electronic, but in case the electronics fail in the car, they must remember that number of 2.2.
Robbie Gordon on the move. He's moved up 7 positions, started 18th. He's now 11th. Franchitti leads Kanaan and Weldon. Helio Castroneves, who started back, has now come up. Actually did it in the first couple of laps. 5 positions. He's now up in 5th place. Right with Tony Kanaan.
We've got 4 Hondas up in the front right now, but the speed of Rice is very impressive. 215.6 miles an hour, about 1.5 miles an hour faster than Franchitti and Kanaan right now, and he's just continuously being able to run at that pace.
It's 4 Hondas, then a Toyota at the front of the field at Indianapolis. The highest place Chevrolet belongs to Robbie Gordon. He's currently 11th, as we suggested, but he's only 9 seconds behind the lead. There goes Helio Castroneves, the 3-car red and white livery of Roger Penske. Now he's beginning to close on Dan Weldon.
This is a time, Paul, where the drivers are now settling down. They're getting a feel for their car. And when I say that, what they're trying to understand is that, does the car understeer? Does it oversteer? They're trying to relate this information back to the engineers in the pit lane because the first stop is very important.
Yellow. A car against the wall. A.J. Foyt the fourth. We mentioned how close he was coming out to the wall. So the yellow comes out with a...
I'm brushing walk coming out of the board. Get the car come up. Okay. I told you about going up high, you know.
That was Grandpa,
Yeah,
AJ.
there you go, Jack. Well, this came on the 11th lap of the race. A lot of the teams suggested lap 12 we have a caution. We just might go for the pits in this whole game that's going to be played with fuel today.
Well, Paul, you always do what the leader does, so everybody will be watching to see what happens with the race. There you can see AJ the fourth, just a little bit too high out of the black into that gray area. There's no grip up there. He was certainly just a little bit too fast. The car probably pushing on him. Gets caught up into the safer barrier, slight contact, and here he goes, and he'll back it into the inside wall.
Our first incident of the day, our first caution in the 88th running of the Indianapolis 500, the Indy 500 telecast sponsored by 7-Eleven, and it's Foyt the fourth. Take a look at this one.
There's the car being sideways. We talked about the new rules, stopping the cars from lifting up. They certainly did their job there.
You heard him when he was on the radio, so we assumed he was okay. Now he's out of the car. He'll have to make a mandatory trip to the hospital, but he's okay despite that incident in his second Indy 500 start. Jamie Little.
Well, AJ, good news is he's okay. What happened there?
Well, I just talked to him. He said he's pushing the front end a little bit, too much. And the biggest problem is when he's pushing like that, he won't give up and back off and, wait till we come to pits. And he just got into the wall like he did qualifying. So all I can do, maybe he'll learn from this.
Yes, he's got to learn, but AJ's got one other boy in the field, and that's Larry.
Jack Harut, you know AJ Foyt pretty well.
He's not happy. He has been on AJ the fourth's case all month. In fact, he alluded to the fact AJ went out when he qualified, Ford did, and white-walled the right side because he ran so close to the wall. He scolded him for that, and now I just wouldn't want to be on the plane going home to Houston with Grandpa AJ tonight.
Well, let me ask you this. You've got a son and a grandson in the race. The grandson just hit the wall. Is there a rivalry there? Does a ride eventually go to Larry?
I don't think the ride would go to Larry. Maybe there's the possibility there would be two cars from the AJ Foyt stable, because AJ Foyt has said he likes race car drivers, and he said then there's just drivers, and he said AJ Foyt the fourth is a race car driver. He's a true racer. There's Larry, a little bit older than AJ4, but he's showing a little bit of poise, more than AJ the fourth did.
All right, let's set the stage now for the potentiality of all of these pit stops. You have 5 fewer gallons in the fuel tank than you did last year. You have half a liter less in the engine size, and most of the teams have suggested they actually can go maybe as many as 32, 34 laps on a single tank. But that's really going to play into the strategy, Scott.
And Paul, this is a little bit of what's been going on in the garage area all month. There's obviously 3 engine manufacturers here, but everybody's sort of playing games with how long they'll be able to actually stay out on a green stop. We came in underneath yellow right now. If it's full green next time, I'm going to watch the engine manufacturers see how many laps they can run on a full tank.
The tension now shifts over to the pit area. All of the crews appear to have their wheels out and they're ready to go, just as we suggested. Now the only question is going to be who is going to decide to keep their car out and pick up the lead of the Indy 500. Here they come.
You copy that, Case? You're gonna have you triggering.
Jerry Punt.
Buddy Rice wanted a half a turn up front wing. They just made it. Ricardo not made the adjustment. But Dan Weldon will beat Buddy Rice out. He said we've got to be the first off pit road in spite of the wing adjustment, and they were not. It was Weldon and then Buddy Rice.
Problem for Larry Foyt.
Oh, Paul, he just ended up coming in the wrong pit box right there. Something that's new to every driver coming here.
Let him go right back out. Start him up. Start him up and let him go out and come back in.
What he wants him to do is get the car under fire, send him out so he does not lose a lap with the other cars that are on the racetrack.
And as we suggested, who's going to stay out? Well, Barron and Herta both did. Greg Ray had some problems.
That sour engine that he was reporting back to his crew before the caution, now they'll have to take all that carbon fiber off and see if they can troubleshoot what the problem is.
Todd Harris.
Well, they talked about a broken header, Paul, but right now they're thinking it's something electronic. And they've got to pull those side pods off to get to the electronics, so they're having all kinds of problems you can see right now.
Well, they were going to try and send it out and around once they got the body panels out. You can do that, at least so he doesn't lose a lap, but oh, it's not going to go at all. So we've had the first caution, also the first pit stops of the Indianapolis 500, and Alex Barron is our leader. Will he stay there? Here comes the green flag. And they're back running again as Brian Herta goes for the front. Two teams have split their strategy. Red Bull Cheever and Andretti Green Racing by not stopping their cars, Brian Herta and Alex Barron.
Paul, I think we got a good indication of the Honda horsepower on that restart. 3 abreast, almost going 4 abreast.
Almost down on the grass. And Weldon comes around Herta.
A little drafting opportunity going on now by Castro Neves. A nice slipstream and a clean pass.
A little bit surprising. You would think that Herta, being a lot lighter since he's got only half a tank of fuel and these others all have a full tank, might be just a little quicker.
But we've watched the first risk of the day with Brian Herta not going into the pits along with the 51 car of Alex Barron. They're on a time bomb clicking away right now. They've got to pit in the next 20 laps.
But what he's trying to do right there, Jack, as you know, is look for that yellow. It's a bit of a risk-reward ratio, isn't it? If the yellow comes out in the next 20 or 25 laps, well, you know, maybe they got to be up front and lead and gain some positions. If it doesn't, pitting under green, as you know, is just a bad situation.
Thomas Schechter moving on Scott Dixon. And Vitor Meira lines up behind him there. Dixon is that red and white number 1. Meira is right behind him.
Wow. All month long, Paul, we were told by all the drivers, oh, you won't be able to pass. It's going to be dicey at best. They made liars out of all of us, haven't they, as we kept reporting that.
Well, as you and I've said many times, and Scott Goodyear has tried to object, but it's never been a good objection. Once the driver gets that engine started, the element of control tends to go away.
Well, your heart gets racing. Your heart rate's about 180 beats a minute. You know, guys, we're at the Indianapolis 500. Your right foot's down, and you worry about the consequences afterwards.
But Dan Weldon, who finished last year's Indy 500 upside down just off the short chute, climbed out from under the car to the cheers of the crowd. I mean, it was pretty amazing. He was just hanging there uninjured upside down, and when he came out, it was awesome. Michael Andretti, team owner of the current leader, Weldon.
Paul, I spoke to Dan Weldon the other night, and he said, you know something? I think my car works real well in traffic. He says, I think we're ready. And he was one of the few guys that I talked to that did not seem to be worried about this new rules package and maybe having to run in traffic.
Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Guys, Michael Andretti made the call for no tires, and Dan Weldon pit stop. He wanted Danny to be able to beat Buddy Rice and the Penske cars out of the pits. He said, when you go back to green, dispense with the 2 cars that didn't pit, take the lead, and back off and conserve fuel. But right now the concern down here, as Michael Andretti holds one palm up a moment ago, we are feeling a few raindrops.
Oh, we hope that doesn't go very far. Weldon, Castroneves fight for the lead. Coming out of the pits. It was a great pit battle all up and down pit road. Only 2 of the cars did not stop, and the caution comes out.
Yellow flag.
And this is for exactly what Jerry Punch mentioned. They've got some moisture on the race course. And remember, though, at 2.5 miles around, you don't always necessarily see it, but you saw some on the camera lens there.
And we needed this break because this is the kind of action we've seen. The blue car that we're riding with Mark Taylor. Watch. That's a battle of inches.
Oh.
And that's Roger Yasukawa with the pan cam in the Sammy car.
Now Jamie Little has A.J. Foyt the fourth. Jamie.
AJ, you just got released. Is everything all right?
Yeah, just not okay, but I'm all right. That's what. I'm just really disappointed right now. Just don't really know what to say, and it's a long month, and it ended way too early for me.
Your grandfather said.
Yeah, I was pushing pretty good, and just stupid on my part not to be more patient and wait for our first pit stop to make a change and fix the car. Just really stupid and disappointed in myself.
Sorry to see that you're out. Guys?
Yeah, but Just 20 years old, too. I mean, and he's driving in the Indy 500, his second race.
Well, Paul, that's the key thing right there. You know, experience, if you had a few years here, you'd actually throttle back a little bit, try and wait for the car to come to you. But when you're that young, you're at the Indianapolis 500, you just want to keep your right foot down to the peg.
Jerry? Gary Gerald.
Paul, we were just checking in here on the Castro Neves situation. He made his pit stop. It was for fuel and tires only, no aerodynamic changes or tweaks on the car. He immediately jumped up there and with the full fuel load, as you indicated, chased Weldon into the second spot. I would think that the Toyota folks would be very excited about that because we've heard so much about Honda, their alleged horsepower dominance here at the Speedway. But Castro Neves, the wily veteran who has the 2 wins and a second last year, finding himself in second under this yellow flag parade right now.
Thomas Schechter's car. And we'll take a look at the lineup of the field. You see what they look like. Sands helmet. Weldon, Castro Neves, Kanaan, the top 3. Second caution of the day. This time for moisture, and we are hoping it goes away. We've been keeping an eye on the weather radar and looking to the west of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and that's where the prevailing winds, prevailing weather comes from. And there are some rain showers out there. Race is considered a completed race once it passes the 101st lap, or 252nd and a half mile. And the teams will be looking out to the west with a number of different techniques to try to figure out what the weather guessers are going to do about the whole thing, and whether or not they should sprint, go fast, use a lot of fuel, try to get to the halfway point, or do they think the race is going to go for 500 miles and then they have to throttle her back. After this message and a word from our ABC stations, we'll return.
Terry Gannon back here in Indianapolis. A reminder, tomorrow night, 2 hungry teams battling for the Stanley Cup. The Flames taking on Tampa Bay. Stanley Cup Finals presented by Nextel. Game 4 tomorrow night at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ABC Sports Championship Television. Under yellow right now here in the 88th running of the Indianapolis 500. Telecast sponsored by 7-Eleven. Dan Weldon, the youngster from England, is your current leader. Helio Castro Neves, the 2-time champ, right behind, and then Tony Kanaan currently in 3rd spot. The visor cam, good look at what it's like to be behind the wheel of a race car. Send it over to a man who knows all about that, Scott Goodyear.
Well, Terry, you saw the hand moving of Scott Sharp right there, and what he was doing is he's pushing the button right now and talking to his engineer, telling him what the car is doing. Well, he had a little bit of English going there because he was actually starting to talk with his left hand as he was driving. Now, the yellow light you see flashing on your left-hand side here, that's the yellow caution light that comes on whenever the track goes yellow. You can have an opportunity to watch the flag stand with the flagger, actually with the yellow flag, or some yellow lights that are sometimes located on the fence around the racetrack. But the IRL actually designed and made this yellow light system that's on board all the cars out there, so they'll know anywhere they're on the racetrack when the yellow light comes on.
Weldon, Castro Neves, Kanaan, Honda, Toyota, Honda. Those are the top 3. There's the lap leaders thus far. The pole sitter, Buddy Rice, leads the first 12. Let's go down to Jerry Punch.
Guys, with Danny Weldon leading, let's lead over and talk to his car owner, Michael Andretti. And Michael, I know it's not raining very much here right now, but what is Danny saying about some moisture over on the backstretch and then turn 3?
Yeah, it seems like it's a little wetter on the backstretch, but from what I hear, it's going to be raining pretty hard in about a half hour, so we probably won't get it all in today.
You made the call not to change tires on that first stop. Did you have this in mind when you didn't change tires? You wanted to be out front?
Well, I didn't make the call. I'll give them the credit. But, yeah, it was track position is going to be king today. So, you know, I think, you know, with the way the weather is and stuff, you want to be as far up front as you can be.
All right, Michael Andretti put his car out front, but we are currently having some moisture being reported from over in turn 3. Let's check in with Gary.
And with Roger Penske. Roger, how much does the rain and the uncertain weather complicate your life trying to call the shots for Sam Hornish?
Well, I think right now the big question is, are we going to keep the pits closed so we can stay out? I understand there's some more weather coming, but you know, right now we're going to sit tight, see what the leaders do. We had a good start, and I think we just need to stay cool here. We got a long race to go, and you know, obviously we want to run the whole distance, but right now both cars are in great shape.
Pretty happy with the way these first 25 laps or so have unfolded?
Well, I think Elio certainly setting a good pace, and Sam worked his way up. So again, early on, we just got to stay focused.
Thanks, Roger. Let's check in with Todd Harris.
All right, thank you very much. Here in Robbie Gordon's camp, it is very busy. They are talking to their pilot actually at the Indy airport. He is saying it's raining there now, and severe weather will be here in about 30 minutes. Robbie Gordon has to be out of that car. Michael Knight just told me at 2:45. That is when he has to get out of the car. And the man that's going to get in, my good friend, Mr. Jacques Lazier. Jacques, you were just up moments ago spotting for him, and here you are now zipping up.
Yeah, we first call of rain, they said to come on down, and I'm just sitting here. If he needs me, I'm here. So.
You and I were flying home together last week on the airplane. You talked about going and spending some time with your dad in Vail with your wife and your child, and here you are back in Indy. How things change so quickly.
Yeah, it's funny the way things work, isn't it? Obviously I got home and got a phone call from Robbie, and he said, hey, I really need your help to spot up here, and just in case there's inclement weather, to come on up here and drive the Meyer Coca-Cola Chevrolet for me. So, just definitely an honor for him to call me up and say, hey, come on up.
Well, the last time they made a change was back in 1977 when Cannon relieved Mailer. Maybe write you right into the history books.
It might be. Well, we'll see what the weather has to say. Obviously, we're in no control of the weather, but, if they need me, I'm definitely here, ready to go.
Possibly 2 Laziers on the track at the same time. Be safe.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And part of the issue, of course, with a relief driver, as you take a look at the weather radar, Indianapolis Motor Speedway is to the left of that dot that is Indianapolis. And the weather tends to come up from the southwest. I was going to say that now you have to pick somebody who's pretty close to your physical size, because not just the uniforms, the cars themselves are pretty much tailored to the driver.
A lot of drivers have attempted to do the double, starting with John Andretti back in 1994. But Robbie Gordon is the guy that has done it 3 times. But one of those times, Paul, it was a rain-delayed race, and he had to come back after running in Charlotte.
Well, if in fact the rain does come through, and in fact,
here comes the rain.
If in fact they move the race because of weather, then Robbie Gordon may get a shot to drive the entire distance. Jacques Lazier, though, at age 33, with 3 500 starts behind him, is ready to crawl into that cockpit. Jamie?
Paul, Sarah Fisher's feeling great right now. She's in good spirits. She's going to come in right now. They're not going to take any tires. They're going to get full fuel. Go ahead, Paul.
They're stopping the race, Jamie. Sorry to interrupt you there, but the red flag came out.
That's all right. I was just reporting Sarah Fisher's feeling great. She was going to come in and forget about the tires, but right now the rain is definitely coming down.
And boy, is it too. It's just pouring on the front stretch.
Paul, there's a little confusion there. You saw the flagman standing by the flag section with a red flag with a yellow stripe going through it. That was saying that the pits were closed. The yellow lights were still on. The pits were closed. Well, the pace car came into the pit lane, and the drivers know that, hey, I'm not supposed to go in there. I don't want to be penalized, so they stayed on the racetrack. And Scott Sharp's asking the same question. Those guys are getting drenched in there right now, and I'll tell you, you got slick tires on there right now. That tire right there has no treads on it whatsoever. It can hydroplane very, very quickly. So the key thing for these guys is just to keep it slow and steady. You just don't want to slide off and have a slight graze with the wall in a situation like this.
Paul, you remember when Bobby Unser won that rain-shortened race and the thunderstorm came down and everybody was slipping and sliding on those slick tires?
And as a matter of fact, the way they are, even at the reduced speed that they're running now, they can spin those cars pretty easily because, as Scott said, there is no tread. Again, if the fans are the indicators, certainly the umbrellas are up, and some of them are going to go down underneath the grandstand where plenty of concession, but also it keeps them out of the rain. A red flag is out after 29 laps of the 88th running of the Indianapolis 500, our Indy 500 telecast sponsored by 7-Eleven. A look at some of the skyboxes, the VIP suites where everybody is headed inside, and those are so luxurious inside. Now they can have lunch and figure out what we're going to do.
What did we learn in these first 29 laps, guys? I think we learned that what we were told all month, that you can't pass, well, we learned that you can pass. What did we learn? We learned that the drivers will lie to us yet again when they say, well, you just want to spar. You want to find your rhythm. You don't want to really get racy until the last 50 miles.
Oh, we didn't
I'm not
believe
talking
that.
to drivers ever again.
No, we didn't believe
Well,
that
come on
anyway.
now, guys. Give us a little bit of credit here, you know, because sometimes you're out in the racetrack with 4 or 5 other cars, you don't get the full story. 33 cars in the track might make a little bit of difference, so you can't rain down on us that hard.
He's lying to us.
Yeah, he's a driver. What can I say? Even retired, he's still, you know. Let's go to Vince.
Well, this man has been a driver, an owner. He's won the Indianapolis 500. He's won championships. And you've actually driven in a rain delay here at the 500 before, right, Chip Ganassi?
Well, it hasn't been since 86, I think, Vince. But, you know, it's part of the game. Everybody's got to go through it. You know, this is the glamorous world of big-time international motor racing. You know, it rains every once in a while.
Did you change your strategy at all coming into this day, expecting a shortened event?
Well, not really. You know, your strategy, you know, the strategy you have to have at a place like this is one that can change. And, you know, we're ready for all eventualities, we think.
It was asked about the drivers going around an extra lap or so after the rain finally started to come in. Did you get any indication as to why that happened?
I think Weldon missed the pit entrance.
Weldon missed the pit entrance?
I think.
Okay, it's follow the leader even when the guy misses the pit entrance.
Well, but there was that, as you pointed out, closed pit flag down there,
Yeah,
so there was
Paul.
a little bit of confusion. I would have stayed out as well, because I've heard here that sometimes if you don't answer a flag correctly, it can be a problem, right,
Well,
Scott?
a flag or a light, Paul. I mean, then you see a black flag, and then you see a black flag with a stripe, which means they've stopped, I think, maybe scoring you.
Yeah, that happened to you. Exactly.
Thanks for bringing it up.
So now some guys like Greg Ray are going to have an opportunity to maybe work on an ill-handling car, and others are going to just wait out the rain.
Well, Danny Weldon is headed back to the garage area, try to get out of this rain, and we are walking along with Danny. And Danny, I got to ask you, first 29 laps, what did you learn about your car? Obviously, you had a pretty good ride.
Yeah, it's certainly not too bad. It's always difficult to lead an Indianapolis 500, but it's very early. We had a very good pit stop by the boys, and I think that's what got us in front. So we'll see how we pan out when we get back to racing again.
Obviously, the car handles awfully well. There was some concern there would not be a lot of passing, which you proved differently on that restart.
Just on a restart. Let's see when everybody's up to speed.
And what about the no tire change on the first stop? That was purely by design for track position?
We didn't change tires? That was news to me. I just leave when they tell me to leave. But no, the boys do a very good job in the pits, so I was very proud of them.
A great start.
Thank you very much.
And we'll head back in. They're going to talk it over about what happens with maybe the track changing now, becoming a little more green and worrying about the grip. They will make some adjustments there. So he goes back inside, and we go back upstairs to Terry Gannon.
And Jerry, obviously the strategy very important all the time, but maybe even more important today if they can get out there and race once again. Remember, got to go 101 laps to make an official race, and the shorter the race, maybe the more important that strategy. And the guys have already talked about the smaller engines and the changes this year, which it makes the pit stops even that much more important, maybe the strategy as well. Let's go over, check in with Gary Gerald right now.
Terry, Tim Cindric was the president of Penske Motorsports, just checking with his driver, Helio Castro-Neves. You're talking about how frustrating it is when your rhythm gets broken. So how do you deal with this? What do you do?
Well, we had this situation in 2001, basically, and but obviously we did not even left the cars. The track didn't get that much wet. It's a little tough. It's the same for everyone, but it's a little tough. The rhythm seems to be right, especially myself. I mean, everything seems to be good, but part of the game, and just have to go back and it's a new day, you know, start all over, and hopefully we're going to be in a good shape again.
Well, we hope so. I think Robbie Gordon's about to leave the racetrack. Jamie, can you give us an update?
All right, Gary Gerald, we're getting to him, and we are. Local news is getting in there.
This is the best thing that could have happened to us because of the weather. So, you know, we got put in a situation where weather held us out, and looks like weather's going to save us here. We can always come back tomorrow and race.
Did you feel like you had a good car while you were racing?
We had a great car. We went from 18th to 9th on the first lap, and we had a bad pit stop. We lost some positions, but we'll learn from our mistakes and be stronger later on here today.
Robbie, what's your plan right now?
No, the weather's not going to keep us from Charlotte. We should be able to get to Charlotte okay, and you know, I think we got good race cars on both ends. The Meyer Coca-Cola car here was very fast. Disappointed that we lost, what did we lose, 7 positions in pit lanes. So we'll get those back. We got a car that handles right up underneath cars, and we were able to get through some Toyotas and through some Hondas. So pretty happy with the Chevrolet.
What'd you say to Jacques Lazier?
Well, I told Jock if he gets in to drive it, he's got a good race car. Very, very happy with what kind of car the guys gave me. Thomas Knapp, the engineer. We worked hard all month long, and I knew we weren't going to have the speed for qualifying, but I thought we'd have a car for the race.
All right, Vince, that's what's happening here with Robbie Gordon.
With Sam Hornish Jr. now, and the first thing Sam did after he got out of the car is made a pit stop of his own. You know, people always wonder about that. You know, what do you do when you got to go to the bathroom? You hopped right out of the car and went right to the restroom.
It was on my way back.
How were the early laps?
We were pretty happy with the way the car was handling. That early caution came out. We decided we'd stop and fuel up so we could make it a little bit further. And you know, we picked up a couple spots in the pits, came out, and the car was handling really well. Probably could have been up a little bit farther, but we figured it was early in the race and no need to make any mistakes right now.
Team Penske always preaches patience. That was always Rick Mears' motto, and I know an idol of yours. Is it a little more difficult to keep the patience when there's the threat of rain?
You know, you always want to try to get up towards the front the best you can. Plus, the less accidents that usually happen up there. So we're just we're trying to move up, get to where we need to be, and you know, there's enough rain going around here. It'd be nice to be up a little bit further right now, but you know, we're not to lap 100 yet, so not going to call the race. So we'll be back either the rest of the day or tomorrow.
What do you do now to kill the time and waiting for the official call as to whether or not they go back racing today?
I'm going to go take a nap. That's what I'm going to do. No, it's get something to eat. You know, the race is supposed to start at 11, so you don't want to eat right before you go out, and you know, you got to take care of stuff. It's getting late.
It is. Sam Hornish Jr. Thank you, Sam. Let's go to Todd.
All right, Vince. Well, if you're going to be in a rain delay, you might as well be in good company here with Michael Andretti. Michael, congratulations. Your first official rain delay as an owner. What's next?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's just what can you do? It's Mother Nature. You know, it's Indianapolis. This happens a lot, but you know, we're okay. You know, we got a long way to go yet, but you know, Dan's happy with his car, and the only one, Dario, I think has a little bit of a problem right now that they're working on. So hopefully he'll be okay. But other than that, you know, so far so good. But I've been here too many times, so I'm not even thinking about it. You know, so.
Were your drivers telling you anything about the track conditions, the weeping? Was there any problems? I know there was a lot of concern about turn 4.
I don't think so. I think everything was fine. Yeah, they had good racing. I mean, there was some passing going on and stuff, so I think the track's good.
Good luck and be patient.
Thanks.
Let's go back up to Terry Gannon.
All right, Todd, thank you very much. Back to Robbie Gordon for a moment as he heads from Indy down to Charlotte to try to race in the Coca-Cola 600. There is rain in the forecast in Charlotte, by the way, but Jacques Lazier steps in for him. And if you're wondering if it's ever happened before, has there been a replacement driver and they've gone on to win Indy? Yeah, a couple of times back in 1924 and in 1941. So we'll see. Robbie Gordon hoping it will happen in 2004, although you heard him say to Jamie Little he hopes for rain. That's what he hopes for, more rain this afternoon. He's about the only one who is hoping for more rain here in Indianapolis today. Let's send it back to Paul Page right now. Paul?
Well, Terry Gannon, we've been tracking that story of Greg Ray. Remember, they had the cowling off of the side of the car, and they were worried about the clutch. Now, this is the car sitting on the pit road. The rules prevent them from touching it until the officials say everyone is released. So all you can do is get your driver out of the car if you're so inclined, but you may not work on that car.
Greg Ray has not gotten out of that car, though, Paul, because he feels the heat. He knows the pressure. As we've said, he's got to finish 10th or better just to stay in business with this team. And I don't know about you, Scott, but I wouldn't want to be sitting there right now knowing that I've got a clutch problem and I still have almost 180 laps to go in this race.
Well, the big problem for him, Jack, with the clutch is that it will only be coming to a problem with him in pit stops. You know, when you're trying to come in, stop the car, and get out of the pit lane again. He can actually run on the racetrack with the clutch not working because, in actuality, they don't even use the clutch when they're actually running the race car. The interesting thing, we see Jacques Lazier here right now. As Paul stipulated, the rule is that underneath the red situation, you cannot work on the car. Now, they don't want to necessarily work on the car mechanically, but they may want to do some seat fitting for him as a driver. Will they allow him to do that? That'll be very interesting to see if they make that call under safety issues versus maybe racing or mechanical issues.
So now we have two drivers that like to see this race delayed, Robbie Gordon and Greg Ray, because if they do go back to Gasoline Alley with a delay of any length, then Greg Ray's team can go to work and troubleshoot that car.
Once they've released the race cars, and they're in the garage, you're free to work on them, and then if you come out tomorrow, it's a brand new day, as we heard some of the drivers say.
All right, so we wait to see where this day is going to take us. In the meantime, we'll go down once again, Vince Welsh.
Ed Carpenter. Remember, we chatted with Ed right before he went out. He was in the cockpit. He was strapped in. The helmet was on, and maybe feeling a little bit of nerves at that point and some of the emotion. But how was the start? Was it as you anticipated?
Oh, it was definitely an experience. I mean, there's a lot of stuff flying everywhere, and you go through that first tear off real quick, but that helps. I mean, I still have the great car that I've had all month, so I just can't wait for it to dry up and get out there and keep racing.
Is there any way to describe that? I'm sure others try to describe to you the feeling that you would experience of the methanol in the eyes and the smoke and so forth, but is there any way to really explain it, or do you have to live it a first time?
I think it kind of feels like you're getting picked up by a vacuum and all the rest of the crap that's all over the track. So, I mean, everyone's just funneling into that vacuum. So it's like.
Your team, the Red Bull Cheever Racing team, kind of took a split strategy there with that first pit stop. You came in and took the stop. Alex Barron stayed out. What was the team's thinking there?
We were just following the leaders and staying on sequence, and they opted to take that gamble and get off sequence early. I mean, right now, so far it's paid off. I mean, he's picked up more spots than he would have by passing cars, so he's going to have to pit at some point, though.
Thanks a lot. Ed Carpenter, guys.
Yeah, doesn't even get a chance to get out of his uniform, does he? Robbie Gordon runs for the helicopter over on the backside of the golf course, championship golf course that is inside and outside of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but he's going to be greeted by weather may not be that much different than this.
And yet Robbie Gordon says that he has learned an awful lot from attempting the double in the past, and starting at midweek he began to hydrate himself. Before the race, he actually submitted himself to some intravenous IV fluids, because he said that was the big mistake he made the last time. So now he's ready. He's loaded up. The helicopter will take him. But let's just hope that it's not all for naught down there at Charlotte as well.
There's Sarah Fisher grimacing a bit. Remember, she started the day with a stomach ailment, and this may give her an opportunity, in fact, to remedy that situation further, if not to wait overnight, though we don't yet know what is going to happen here at Indianapolis today, Terry Gannon.
Well, Paul, we continue to sit and wait, although the rain seems to have let up just a little bit. It is windy here, and there are showers in the forecast and on the radar. So we'll come back to the Indianapolis 500, sponsored by 7-Eleven in a moment.
Oh, Nelly, I'll tell you what, right now I'm with Dario Franchitti, and Dario, you're playing the waiting game here in the Andretti Green Garage. What is the plan of attack?
We'll see what Brian Barnhart says. If if he thinks he can get the whole race, and I'm sure we'll go running. If not, who knows what's going to happen. It's a shame. It was looking like a good race there for a minute.
You don't have any preference? Would you rather do it today, or would you rather wait till tomorrow? I know there were some issues. I talked to Michael Andretti. He said, well, and you're giving me the grin.
I'll tell you later.
How did it feel out there? I know there was some concern on turn 3, 4, some water. Did you notice any weeping, or did the car run great?
Car was really good. Right up to the first pit stop, car was great. The track was in pretty good condition, I felt. We were racing pretty well, no problems. A lot of guys moving, a lot of guys passing, so yeah, it was fine.
You don't see the problem here. This is typical Scotland weather, isn't it?
Exactly right. This is Scotland. We put some wets on it, we go racing.
Go see your wife. Good luck.
Thanks.
Back up.
That's actually been a discussion whether or not you can go on to rain tires. We'll get to that after we hear from Jamie.
Well, I was talking about Sarah Fisher right when the downpour began, but now we're seeing sunshine. The audience is applauding, and Sarah, you're up here checking some things out. How was everything running before you had to come in?
Well, the car's been perfect. I mean, we're pretty much flat. We just can't pull the gears that we got in it. So we're looking to do something if they let us change these cars, and we got to make a difference.
We heard that you had some food poisoning before the race. Are you feeling okay now?
Actually, wasn't food poisoning. Rumor mill got around. Yeah, just a little stomach flu this morning, but now we're good to go, and just got to get the car right.
What's the plan? Hurry up and wait?
That's what racing's all about, right?
All right, girl, go get them.
Thank you.
Upstairs to you guys.
And Sarah Fisher, we were talking about the rain tires, and as we look here at the rain-shortened Indianapolis 500s, Johnny Rutherford is thankful for one of those there, and he's the driver of the pace car and brought it across the line after Morgan Freeman got done with it, and he'll carry the pace car duties the remainder of the day. Speaking of pace car, Scott Goodyear is here with us. We were talking about, sorry about that, we were talking about tires and rain tires, and whether or not you could actually have a rain tire on an oval.
Not on an oval. There's certainly, as Dario Franchitti said, rain tires on cars that he's driven in the past when it's on a road course where you turn left and right. And the speeds are not quite like we have here at Indianapolis at over 220 miles an hour. And on the other side of that, in the road course, guys, there's usually not a wall that's sort of lurking right beside you when you're going that speed. So here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it's a slick tire. That means it's smooth completely all the way across. It does not have grooves in it to dissipate water or get rid of any debris that might be on the track, for instance, much like our road tires are all grooved, and obviously we have to run all different types of conditions. But here's a set condition. We want maximum grip, so we want as much tire contact patch on the track as possible. That's why we have a slick tire and no grooves. And I'll tell you what, the sun's coming out here, guys, and we just might get this underway.
You're just trying to suck us right in.
Tried to tell you, Scott, but you just wouldn't listen to me. You already had us to Tuesday.
Last rain delay at Indianapolis was 2001. It was red flagged on the 151st lap and then restarted 16 minutes later. It's going to be a little longer today. Vince Welsh?
Well, the sun is shining here in the garage area, but you look off to the south, it is very dark, and if that weather is coming our way, we may be in for another delay. Thomas Schechter, you were running 10th at the time of the red. From a driver's mindset, would you rather go out and get back in the car, even if there's a chance that maybe you have to climb back out again, or would you rather just start afresh and anew tomorrow?
I'd like to get it over with in one shot, but you know, it's all got to do with the weather. You know, if it clears up, then great, let's get back in. So I don't mind either way. Just try to get it over with as soon as possible.
Now the break comes, the red flag falls. You came back, met with your engineers right away. Now I know they can't work on the cars at this moment, but what are some of the things that you guys discussed?
We look like we got a pretty good car, to be honest. I mean, we can pass people, and I think we can, you know, we could have got by a little bit more people than we have, but seem to struggle a little bit on restarts. But other than that, we're looking good.
And now?
And now?
And now you're going to do what?
I'm going to go to my motorhome and relax and, you know, wait till they call me out to get my helmet on.
Now, there were about 20 people in there, I heard. Can you really relax in there with 20 people hanging out?
No, I kick them out when I get in. It's rest time, you know, it's focus time.
Thomas Schechter hoping to get it done here yet today at Indianapolis. Jacques?
Well, back deep inside the catacombs of the Andretti Green Garage, we've caught up with Tony Kanaan. And Tony, we were just chatting a moment ago. Would you prefer to win it today or tomorrow?
I would say if they keep the same milk for tomorrow, maybe I prefer to win today. But if they give me a new, you know, I don't think the milk will go bad. So it doesn't matter really. Obviously, I would like to put the race together today for the fans and for everybody. But if we're going to have to race tomorrow, we'll race tomorrow.
We shared with the folks at home your poignant story about going down and visiting little Andrea from Decatur, Indiana, and what you did. What prompted you to be able to take something off, a charm that you had worn for 5 years, your good luck charm on the racetrack, and give it away a week ago to a little girl in a coma?
Well, I think that is the way I think. There is always somebody that needs more luck or more than you sometimes. And my good luck charm gave me a lot of joys and a lot of prides during my career, and I felt that I was really touched by her story, and she looked like a pretty girl to me, and really healthy. I met her mother, and I just gave it to her. It's in the good hands for sure. Doesn't matter where it is. It's not with me now, but I know she has that, and probably she's tearing up for me, so that's good enough for me.
She's awake, alert, watching the race. Now, let me ask you quickly, your car, 30 laps, are you in good shape sitting there third in the field?
Oh, yeah, I mean, definitely. I think we have a good car. I was just getting saddled and trying to, you know, wait for the right time to make a move. We have a good car, and it's a long race, still 171 laps to go, so we'll see.
He finished third a year ago. He sits third right now in the rain delay at Indianapolis. Tony Kanaan focused on getting a first Indy 500 win. Terry?
Jerry, thanks. So Tony Kanaan kicking back. Thomas Schechter said he was going to go relax, and Sam Hornish Jr. said he was going to go take a nap. Unfortunately, it's because of the weather here at the Indianapolis 500. Telecast sponsored by 7-Eleven. Take a look at some of our technology, our onboard cameras and microphones. See what it's like at the start of the Indy 500. A little bit of sunshine here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, helping to dry this track, at least for the moment, as we welcome you back. We are in a rain delay, 29 laps in the books, and red flag came out at that point, but we had early rain throughout the day, and it's certainly played with all the festivities today and the race itself. Let's check in right now with Vince.
Well, A.J. Foyt, Anthony had an incident earlier. Now you can work on the car a little bit. What will you try to get done here during this red flag?
Well, actually, we got the other rear suspension and all that. We're going to try to put it on there, and the under tray and all that. But he just run out of brains today. His foot's heavier than his brains, and it's making him so mad I could beat him to death. He thinks all the time. I just told him when he said that he's pushing, I said, wait till the first stop and we'll put some wing in it. But he's 19 years old or 20 years old now, and he's just eager, wanting to go up front, and it's just really hurting him. That's the biggest thing.
Now, you weren't hard-headed at 19 or 20, were you?
Yeah, I probably was, but, I had to fix him myself. He's doing a hell of a job. I just got to get him to settle down a little bit more and concentrate on winning. That's the biggest thing, and things ain't right. Sometimes you just can't make it up. He did the same thing Scott Sharp did last year. He hits the wall, and the suspension's broke, and that's what made him go to the other end and spin the car.
You're talking about fixing it, and now your team is trying to do that. So in a lot of these garages, the weather is not their friend, but right now the rain and the delay is a friend of A.J. Foyt.
Well, he'll be way behind, but I want to get him as many laps as he can and just get him out there running.
Okay. Thank you, A.J. Let's go back upstairs as the A.J. Foyt racing team continues to work on this car.
Now, let me see. Your brain is connected to your foot. That's a new lesson in anatomy for me. But for A.J. Foyt the fourth right now, this has got to be a terrible time, because you could see on the face of A.J. Jr. he wasn't at all happy with what Anthony had done there, and said, wait till the first pit stop. Why did we have to have that kind of ragged edge driving early on? I think that's youth and enthusiasm and a lack of experience.
You didn't see A.J. the fourth hanging around anywhere, did you? He's probably off somewhere like in the motorhome or somewhere like that.
If I was him, I wouldn't have gone back to the garage yet. You can see that the IRL, the Indy Racing League officials, are optimistic about getting this thing back going before this day is out. They have the vehicles out to try and dry the track, and that's the best technology there is to do that. That and the jet dryers, of which there are 6 around here. An empty flag stand at the moment, though, while we're under red conditions at the Indianapolis 500. It was right from that stand where the green flag first came out. Here was Dan Weldon's view from the front row. And that's Franchitti coming up alongside to give chase to Buddy Rice. Dario Franchitti. This is his view. There's Weldon.
Watch how close this is, right between the wall and your teammate. Boy, that would have been trouble with Andretti Green if that had it been connection.
Tony Kanaan wants to try to go to the inside of Dario Franchitti and do as Weldon was trying to do. Goes down in there and says, I think I'm going to wait.
Thomas Schechter started back in 10th place. A lot of traffic ahead.
Watch his hands moving there. He's not very happy with the car. Very nervous on the entrance into 1.
Scott Dixon started 13th, and his teammate got him right away.
But the worst start goes to Sarah Fisher. Obviously, she told us she has a gearing problem. Just listen. Time to shift. She does. And still gets passed by more cars.
Yeah, now watch, he's going to even look down and check to make sure it's in the right gear.
Larry Foyt on the right side, very close there. Sparks off titanium skid blocks coming from the front. Tori Takagi going around the outside. Jeff Simmons following in behind.
Nothing more frustrating as Buddy Lazier actually tries the inside. That was Felipe Giafoni on the inside and Buddy Lazier on the outside.
Meanwhile, they continue to dry the track here. The rain has ended, but are there showers in the near future just ahead? Well, find out right now what the plan is as we join Senior Vice President of Operations of the IRL, Brian Barnhart. Brian, what is the plan? What's the latest?
Well, we're going to make a big effort here and try and get the track dried as soon as we can and try and continue the event. As you say, there are some showers in the area, but we're going to do what we can to get the thing ready to run again and give the fans a show today.
What do you see on the radar right now?
Well, they're kind of all over the place. They pop up and they dissipate, and it's not real encouraging. Yet at the same time, if they kind of go away, we ought to be able to get it continued, and hopefully we can start racing. I mean, I would like to see us be on track somewhere between 4 and 4:30 and be able to continue the event.
Is there a time we're in Central Time now here locally in Indianapolis, but is there a time that you can't go past?
Well, we've been having some meetings about that, and I'd like to see us. I mean, it is important for us. It is still our intention to run the full 500 miles, but we want to do what we can to try and get that in today.
if we get any other precipitation today or any other kind of cell hits us, it's going to be tough for us to get much more running in today. So we're just going to do our best to get her dried, and hopefully the rain will hold off and we'll be able to complete the event today.
All right, Brian, thanks very much, and best of luck getting this thing underway. Certainly everyone here wants to see us racing again in Indianapolis. Send it back downstairs right now.
Back in the garage area, how about this for wallpaper? Here's the MyJack Top Performance Award, $5,000, Buddy Rice. Here's the Ray Hall Letterman Racing Team. Buddy Rice is the driver, $30,000. Checkers Rally, the pit stop. And how about the Big Daddy, the MBNA Motorsports Pole Award, $100,000. Quick math tells me that's $135,000 in the bank for this team. And here we are in a rain delay. And Buddy Rice is down here talking with Kenny Breck. Kenny, stay in here. Don't be bashful. Don't run away. He's the man for the moment.
This is the guy I need to talk to. He's driving.
Well, first of all, since you're here, everybody wants to know how your recovery is going. We saw your wife and the beautiful baby out there in pit road earlier today.
Oh, she's been out there. I haven't been in pit road today. You know, I don't want to go out there, but yeah, I'm doing very well. He's going fine.
It's great to see you back at the racetrack, and what you have gone through, I know none of us can begin to appreciate all of the hard work, but I hope that there are many great days ahead for you. We all do.
You know, if it doesn't kill you, make you stronger.
I certainly hope so. Buddy Rice, you're driving in a car that this man normally would be in after that horrendous accident, of course, down in Texas last year. Tell us about your 28 laps today out there. Were you able to learn anything that may help you when you get a chance to get back in the cockpit?
Well, I mean, we led the first, I think, 18 or 20 laps or so, and we're very happy with the car out in front. And then, you know, we had a little bit of a hiccup on the restart, but the car is really good in traffic. We made up one of those spots, or actually made up a couple spots. So I mean, we're sitting in a good spot. The car's working really well, and I think I wouldn't change anything. I think we need to get back out there, and hopefully we can finish off the full 500 miles.
Would you rather, well, maybe this is a silly question, just get it done today, but with this threatening weather where you've got the chance of playing this on and off game, or come back tomorrow and do it clean from lap 29 on?
You know, that's a decision that the IRL is going to have to make. I'd like to see the whole 500 miles put in, though.
Well, we wish you well. Thanks, guys, both of you.
Thank you.
Paul?
Yeah, and Gary, one of the reasons, of course, that Buddy has the ride, as you mentioned, is because of an accident at Texas last year in the final race of the season. It scared the daylights out of all of us. So this was it. And watch as Kenny Breck just climbs up into the fence. The car goes spinning. Fortunately, the engineering was good enough that he did survive. And despite serious injuries, look at him today.
And that is why the IRL initiated the aerodynamic changes that they needed to make.
So at Indianapolis, there's Kenny Breck today, and we're still waiting to see when he gets back into a race car. That decision hasn't yet been made by Kenny Breck, but should be made fairly quickly here.
We were talking before they got on the racetrack today about how important it is for you a top 10 finish, and yet right away when the green flag comes out, you encountered some kind of a difficulty. Have they been able to identify the problem, Greg?
Yeah, well, Gary, I tell you, it's just Murphy's Law, I guess. You know, right from the drop at the green flag, we just, you know, the car just wasn't running right, and we know it's an electrical problem, but we just don't know what it is yet. We've came in a couple times when we're out there running and changed some of the pieces and parts on the car. Haven't isolated the problem yet, so we're changing out just about everything electrical on the car now, the wiring loom and all the pieces and components, and try to get it right. You know, the car was great in qualifying, car was great on carb day, but it's just one of those things. That's racing sometimes.
You come in here as a single car effort, and obviously it's kind of a bare bones put together thing that came right down. You only got, what, 30 miles of testing basically before you qualified, and you qualified so well. Is it to your advantage that this race be delayed until tomorrow? Would that help you at this point?
Well, I think we're working on the components now. We don't know. We won't know for sure, I guess, now until we get on the track whether we've got it right or not. You know, and really right now it's about trying to make sure we have enough time to get the full race in. You know, it's hard on the fans to come out here and sit through the rain and really not get it all in. So, you know, Brian Barnhart will make that decision, and the IRL, and they normally do a real good job. And so just unfortunate. It looks like they got some good shots of our new sponsor, Renner Center, sitting on the car there in pit lane, but that's not the kind of attention we want to get them. We want to give them some good racing action.
And right behind these closed doors, guys, they are working feverishly on this car. The Honda people are they don't want any cameras seeing what they're working on, and we respect that as we slip it over to Vince.
Thank you very much, Gary. Watching the Andretti Green team here work on the car of Brian Herta, just going through and making sure that everything that needs to be dry is dry as we just passed the 4 o'clock Eastern mark on the watch today, and teams trying to make sure that they have their machines ready to go if indeed the track is dry enough to eventually go racing here this afternoon. As you see, working on the pit lane and making sure that all of their work areas are dry. And now we'll walk across here and just going to take a look down the front straight. And as you can see, the racetrack, it looks dry to the common eye, but when you get down very close to it, there are wet spots, and the cracks in the racing surface have water in them. Earlier today, they were literally down with tiny syringes trying to suck the water out of the cracks in the racetrack. So you know, if you have that situation after that earlier rain we had early this morning, then they're going to have a similar type situation here this afternoon. Trucks are on the race course, though, trying to get it dry, and we're hoping that before too long we'll be able to get this thing back under green and maybe even get this race completed today. Terry?
All right, Vince, thank you very much. A little while ago, Brian Barnhart said if there is another raindrop out here, forget racing today. So there hasn't been since he made that statement, so perhaps we can get it back underway this afternoon. They have not yet raced 30 laps. It's Dan Weldon who's in the lead over Helio Castro-Neves and Tony Kanaan. Back to Indy in a moment. Terry Gannon back with you here at the Indianapolis 500. Our telecast today sponsored by 7-Eleven. Still in a rain delay. Hopefully we'll get the machines back out on the track shortly. No word in the last half hour or so about that, though. Well, you get a splash of milk, a piece of history, the Borg-Warner Trophy, and yeah, a nice check. $14,000 plus for Ray Haroon back in 1911, but over $1.6 million in 2002 when Helio Castro-Neves won for the second time. Not bad for a day's work. Right now we go over and join Jerry Punch.
Well, guys, you're looking at one of the legends in open wheel racing. That's Jim McGee, who is the team manager here for Newman Haas Racing, and Jim has won 89 open wheel events over the years, including 4 at Indianapolis 500s with Mario Mears, John Cock, and Fittipaldi. And he is one of the reasons this Newman Haas team was considered among the favorites today. Bruno Junqueira, you started inside row 2, and from the drop of the green flag, you seem to have a handling problem. What happened?
Yeah, I had too much understeer on the car, but now after the first pit stop, we had some front wing, and I think the Pacific Care car is better, and I think we can go back to the front.
You had a hold your breath episode after the restart on lap 13 over in turn 3. What happened there?
Yeah, I think everybody accelerate and brake, and I start to brake, and I went outside on the gray, and a lot of position to restart because of that. I was running 6, but let's see. I think before the yellow came in, I already passed 2 guys, and I hope we can go forward again.
Now, you sit 13th right now on the grid. You had to leave here for part of the month of May and go to Mexico and race and come back. Did that having to leave impact your preparation for today?
A little bit. I think we had a good race car, but for sure it started a little bit off, especially on the balance. But I think we have 400 miles, more than 400 miles to go, and we can improve the car during the race.
Hey, good luck to you the rest of today or tomorrow, whichever comes first, hopefully with racing. Hopefully today.
I hope today. Thank you.
Bruno Junqueira back in 13th spot. Let's check in with Jamie.
Well, Scott Sharp and his wife Kim are eagerly awaiting the restart. What is this wait like for you guys back here in the garage?
You know, it's really not that bad. I mean, the Delphi team, we're trying to actually take advantage of this and make some changes to the car that we otherwise wouldn't have had time during a 12-second pit stop to make. So trying to improve the car a little bit, and it's the same for everybody. And it's, you know, when you go to test sessions and you get pretty intense, you're trying to straighten out the car and you're in and out of the car a lot. So we're all pretty used to it. Obviously, that's different than the Indy 500, but still, you learn to adjust.
Would you rather the race begin today or you want to wait till tomorrow?
I guess that depends how we run. But I'd rather probably just get back in the car, see where we're at, and if we can finish the race, great.
Kim, what's it like for you? It's got to be so emotional to start and then stop and then start again. What has this been like for you?
I think you just get used to it. This is the month of May, and this is what makes Indy, because you never know what you're going to get, and weather always seems to be a factor here. So you just, everyone's in the same boat. We all have been dealt the same cards, and whether we go racing today or go racing tomorrow, doesn't really matter.
It's good to have a patient woman behind you, huh, Scott?
Wonderful.
All right, you guys, I'll let you head back out there to pit road. Guys?
All right, Jamie, thank you very much. And looks like they're going to line the field up, maybe get ready to start. We just talked to, as we look at Jacques Lazier, who may be a lucky guy today, stepping in for Robbie Gordon, who's already gone down to Charlotte to race in the Coca-Cola 600. So the replacement driver is Jacques Lazier. If they get racing, he could go, who knows, he could win this thing. But we are waiting right now. Brian Barnhart from the IRL told us they're going to go into a meeting in just a few minutes, 5 minutes from now, and decide what they're going to do. But they could be racing at 3:30 local time. That's 3:30 Central Time, and that is only about 20 minutes from right now. Back here in Indianapolis, we are getting close to race time. We have just received word that they should go green at 3:35 Central Time or sooner. That from race control just a moment ago. So that is just about 20 minutes away, and it could be sooner than that. And you see the cars coming out, the drivers, the crews coming out, moved into position, and they're about set to go. Jacques Lazier stepping in for Robbie Gordon, who's off to Charlotte, and Jacques is with Todd Harris right now.
All right, thank you very much, Terry. A week ago, you're on a plane, you didn't get a ride, you're watching the Water Boy sitting next to Todd Harris, and here you are getting ready to strap it in for Robbie Gordon.
Yeah, I mean, what a roller coaster ride, huh? Yeah, you know, I got back home, and I had a phone call from Robbie on the phone saying, hey, you know, I really need a professional or somebody who's experienced to be my spotter, and more importantly, the weather's not looking real good, so I'd really like to have you come up here and drive the Meyer Coca-Cola Chevrolet for me if things go bad. So, you know, it wasn't a question of, okay, let's think about this or anything like that. It was, okay, what plane am I on? Here I go. And it's been a wild turnaround for sure.
What will be your mindset if we do get the race going? They didn't have a chance to pour you a new seat. You're really working under his configurations all the way down to his suit.
Well, yeah, you can tell by his suit that we're very close to the same size. He's a little bigger in the upper body, and you know, a little bit bigger all the way around. So we did make some precautions inside the car to make sure that I fit in there right and have the safety features as well. So in all reality, you know, I'm going to go out there and just kind of see what the car has to offer, see if it's something that fits me. If it does, then you know, I'm going to try to continue off where he did and just bring it up to the front.
Best of luck. Be safe.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And let's send it over to Gary Gerald.
Well, every couple of hours we get together with Tony Kanaan, and we chat every couple of hours. How you doing here, bud? Are you all right? You ready to go? You excited?
Oh yeah, I'm ready to go. I think you know, Mother Nature helped us out, and we're able to, you know, dry the track. Great job from the Speedway getting the track dry, and I'm ready. Somebody said that if the milk stays overnight, we'll get bad. So we're trying to get, you know, to drink the milk today.
Well, I just tell you, we're excited down here because we got cars, we got drivers. We're getting ready to do it again, Jerry.
And Elio is ready to go as well, Gary. Elio, it is warmer. It is about 10 degrees warmer, much more humid. Will you change the car at all now but to go back out?
No, I did not. I kept the same. I think we have a very consistent car so far. We've been practicing in this kind of conditions, so I actually like that. So hopefully we're going to continue doing what we're doing and be there in the end.
We are 74 laps away. We'll walk down to where you want to get in the car, but we're 74 laps away from the halfway point. Will this change your strategy at all with rain still in the area?
No, I think my guys will tell me. Obviously, right now we want to go for like 500 miles. So I will not try to do anything different than the years before.
Well, let's go get in the car. Good luck to you. Elio Castroneves, two-time winner, sits second on the grid right now.
Allenser Jr. going through his helmet, making sure that all his communication patches are put together appropriately. At this point, in many instances, the drivers were hastily getting their gear off because it was raining so hard earlier today. So now they're going back through. I've seen a variety of drivers going back through, making sure that all their communication pieces are hooked together properly. If they're getting water through the car, then they're also making sure that that is available to them as well. Brian Barnhart, the Vice President of Operations, who heads up the Indy Racing League, has given strict orders for everyone to get in the car as soon as possible. So we're about ready to get this thing going here very shortly, guys.
All right, Vince. And this race began over 2 hours late. It was set to start at 11 a.m. Central Time, but it got underway about 1:10 or so local time. So here we are at almost 3:20 in the afternoon Central Time, and drivers now scrambling to get into their machines and set to go once again. If you were not with us earlier today, it was Buddy Rice who was on the pole, the green flag flying, and Buddy got off well. In fact, he would lead the first lap that he has ever led in his career here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And some problems after some fast racing, a lot of passes early on, very aggressive. A.J. Foyt IV coming out of turn 4 would hit the wall. He was high throughout the early part of the race up near the wall, and his grandfather warned him, and there he goes. He was the first one out, but then the rains came and the moisture on the track once again. So lap 29 and the red flag came out, and that's where we are right now as Ashley Judd watches. Wife of Dario Franchitti. A long day for everyone, not just the drivers, but also, you know, the wives and the families. Dario now strapping in and getting set to go. Thomas Scheckter, my pick to click. I hope Paul Page remembers that at the end of the day. Dan Weldon, the leader, though, right now. And he started second right next to Buddy Rice. Helio Castroneves looking for win number 3, started 8th, so he has moved up. And Tony Kanaan started 5th and now is ahead of Buddy Rice. Says we send it back to the gentleman calling the race, including Mr. Page.
Thank you, Terry. I'll tell you what, this has been an up and down day. Brian Herta, here's the question. Jack Root, you've been researching this. Remember that the Herta car and the Alex Barron car had not yet stopped for fuel, and that put them up in front of the field, though that they were later eclipsed by Weldon and Castroneves and Kanaan. Have they had a chance to refuel now?
The IRL rules, as soon as the cars were released and allowed to go back to their pit boxes, allows them to work on their cars. Well, adding fuel is part of that work. For Brian Herta and for Alex Barron, they topped off their fuel tanks to the full 30 gallons of methanol. So now all of the cars that remain out in the field, Scott, 32 of them, can get a full tank of fuel, and we start with a clean sheet of paper as far as fuel consumption.
Really, that's what happens. Certainly because the situation is everybody has 35 laps left on the tank right now. Interesting to see what's going to happen.
Gary Gerald, you've been following that down there. What's the story?
Well, just keeping an eye on Dan Weldon. Remember, he is the man who is leading this parade. He has just finished buckling up his helmet, reaches down, grabs his gloves. He's got the Hans device, which he slips over his neck. He moves closer to the side pods of the car, and he'll be getting in, and they'll be buckling him in momentarily. And, of course, we can't go anywhere until he's in the car because he's leading the parade with 27 laps complete.
You can see how rushed these guys are right now. His crew member is actually helping him tape the radio connection on it so it doesn't come undone in the car so they lose radio contact. He's got that Hans device which helps in case of a frontal impact to stop the head from going forward. All these things a driver has to put on, including the fireproof material that we looked at before they slide back in their cockpit. These guys are in a rush right now. I mean, their heart rate's going and they haven't even got ready to take the green flag.
Scott, I've had it happen to me when I wake up in the morning and I've overslept and I rush out to the car and I forget my briefcase. You call this cockpit the office. Has there ever been an occasion where in the rush to get back in the cockpit you forget something?
Oh, actually, I'll tell you a funny story. For so many years when I didn't have that much equipment, I only had one pair of gloves. Well, got a bit of a sponsor, got 2 pairs of gloves, went rushing to the cockpit one time. I had 2 right-hand gloves.
Oops.
So from that point on, one's marked R, one marked left. Do you know which way they go on now, Jack?
I'll get back to you.
All right, thank you.
Buddy Rice, of course, the pole sitter, early leader. He's led the most laps, but dropped to 4th. By his own admission, they had a problem on a start.
Now look at the visor strips that we looked at there on the helmet. A little bit of moisture starting to show up in there, right in between there. And the driver will notice that just a little bit there. You know, all the humidity that's out there right now. 6 or 7 visor strips on, you can see there. We looked at those before earlier in the show. A little bit of moisture comes up in there. These guys didn't have time to turn around and put a new shield on.
I'm surprised because it's not that difficult, as you showed at the show and tell area, to put those tearaways on, and they're fairly disposable, but that may be a classic example of, gee, I didn't think about that.
It could be. You know, you need 2 or 3 shields ready for each race. I always used to do that. And matter of fact, I used to always have a clear shield ready. These guys are using a slight tint right now because if the sun starts to come out and you've got that dark shield on, that's wonderful. But if it starts to get a little bit darker here, if we keep running, you know, you might need the clear to be able to see correctly.
You saw him pulling out Richie Hearn's car.
If I may add, Paul, a clear shield right there with Buddy Lazier.
Exactly. Buddy's there now. He'll be racing his brother Jacques in the race because he's in this car. the 70 car that was originally occupied by Robbie Gordon.
When Jacques Lazier first came to the Indianapolis 500 to try and qualify for his first race, he had sufficient speed but got caught in a rainstorm that precluded him from going out to finish his qualifying attempt, start his qualifying attempt. Certain symmetry to what's happened here today, because he didn't make the field as the fastest 33, didn't have a ride, but rain has given him a seat in Robbie Gordon's car this time around.
Thomas Scheckter, his father, 79 world champion Jody Scheckter, is here to watch Thomas. And Thomas had some good moves early on, and the fastest lap with his Chevrolet powered car just before we went to the red flag. They will be resetting to lap 27 in the scoring. Todd?
Well, Paul, they've got some final last-minute preparations on Felipe Giafoni's 24 car. Major problems they're having right now, but they've got it buckled up. They've been making tune-ups. The IRL came by and said, if you're not ready to go and we fire the engines up, you will be passed and put to the back. So they are working post-haste, as we would say.
And again, it's that rush that doesn't really help things right now. That's when things are forgotten.
No batteries, or actually they use a battery assist, Scott, to try and get ready. They download some telemetry back into the mapping of these cars. So many computers on board now that it's necessary to get all of that done. And in the rush, that's part of it. You've got to, it's like booting up your computer again.
Well, it's a checklist, you know, and that's what the crew has to do whenever they get the car ready to go back out. We talked about Penske before, how he's really a taskmaster, you know, and they never really have any problems with their cars. They have to check that checklist off and make sure everything is ready to go.
Well, the magic is, after all, in the details, and in this race, which is by 200 miles plus a further distance than they see at the beginning of the season, there is a great area of unknown there. And now you add to the unknown the fact these cars have been in, they've gotten wet, they took that, in theory at least, extra lap around. That gets into the electronics. They try and dry it out, but there are many, many more question marks that start to come up now for these teams, and the ones that have done it time and time again probably have a little book and say, okay, rain, here we go, let's do this, let's check that, let's make sure this is working, because these cars are incredibly sensitive to atmospheric conditions.
Well, it's like a checklist that airplane pilots must go through before they decide to rotate those planes upwards. It makes sense. These cars have reverse wings to create downforce.
And we are going to ask our gang up and down the pitch to make sure that we know who, and in fact everybody has refueled. It's an assumption, but it'd be what I'd do, and hopefully everybody figured that out. Jerry Punch?
Paul has set the field for you. Danny Weldon changed no tires on lap 13. Took that lead on a daring move and has been leading here with the red flag on lap 27. His car is in good shape. Castro Neves, 4 new tires, lots of fuel, no adjustments on his car whatsoever. Tony Kanaan here, back in this car. Kanaan, a little bit of an understeer. Kanaan concerned a little bit about the car pushing in the corners. Watch for that on the restart. And take a look at our pole sitter, Buddy Rice, very loose early in the race. Came in, made a wing adjustment. The car much better dialed in, but he lost spots on pit road. Here is Sam Hornich. Remember, he wants to win Indianapolis. He came here to win this race, driving for Roger Penske. As they line up behind him, you see Brian Herta. Remember, Herta got to fill up. He didn't pit on lap 13. And behind him, Dario Franchitti. There is Dario Franchitti in the ARCA car, one of the Andretti Green machines. Behind him, the impressive rookie driver, Kosuke Matsura. Matsura, who was quickest rookie in the field. There again is Kosuke. No adjustments on the car whatsoever. Let's speed behind Kosuke and see who's back here. His car owner and teammate, Adrian Fernandez, hasn't been here for 9 years, and Adrian knows what it's going to take to win the race. And back behind him, how about the Panther machine, the fastest Chevy in the field? They believe the heartbeat of America will go to victory lane today, and Thomas Scheckter, son of Jody Scheckter, will take him there. He will start back in the pack. Vitor Mira, one of the 4 cars, or 3 cars for Ray Hall Letterman. He was very, very quick on Carburation Day. And behind him, they are given the signal to farm up. Reigning IRL IndyCar champion Scott Dixon, and they are refiring Paul Page here on pit road.
Great, Jerry. Thanks a lot. Boy, that gets you right up to speed on everything as the engines are fired once again. Amazing how many fans have stuck it out throughout the rain and everything. So on the pit road, They're set. They're ready to go once again. They will restart in the order of lap 27. They'll actually get the green flag, all things going well, on lap 30. It's the Indianapolis 500 telecast sponsored by 7-Eleven. And we started off late and ran 26 laps with a good exchange at the front of the field. Buddy Rice leading early on, but Weldon coming up there and Franchitti coming up. Elio Castroneves jumping up from about 10th place. It has been an amazing run thus far. Let's go down to Vince Rell.
As the cars are rolling off, we visit with Roger Penske, the master here at Indianapolis. So do you strategize for the distance or a shorter distance here as we restart?
Well, Vince, I think we got to be sure we get halfway here, depending on what's going to happen with the weather. But, you know, this is going to be a 500-mile race today, so we got to watch the 100-lap mark.
So you keep an eye on the 100-lap, but you really think that you could get the full distance in today?
Yes, I think so.
Roger Penske, we'll see what moves he makes as this one unfolds.
Dan Weldon leads the field out of the pit area. Some of the cars yet to roll off of the pits themselves as you take a look once again at those Delphi track conditions.
The air temperature seems like it's gone up just a little bit. Track temperature 87 degrees. Usually we're used to seeing that over 100. A little warmer track temperature means the tires will warm up a little quicker for the drivers. But the airspeed right now being at 9 or 10 miles an hour, calm enough actually for not to affect the cars, but strong enough just to clear the rain off the track, which was a great thing, Paul.
And I think everybody here, from cell phones to television sets, have been trying to keep track of the weather radar. And the problem with that is that a lot of the activity you get is pop-up stuff. It's not there and suddenly it is. Right now, the radar is looking fairly clean, except for a little shower around Greencastle, Indiana. Look at this story, Jamie.
All right, guys, well, we just got word A.J. Foyt IV is going to come back out and restart with the field. Listen to everything they said. They replaced the right front suspension, the rear suspension, both side pods, the nose, and the rear wing. Congratulations to the Foyt camp. They made it happen. He's coming back out.
Oh, yeah, kudos to that crew.
And thank you to the Target team that provided the starter to get A.J. Foyt IV back out on the field. They were so fast rushing the car out, they forgot to bring the starter.
And of course, that's part of the spirit that is Indianapolis. That's the checklist you were talking about, too. They want to beat you on the racetrack, not because of some silly little error.
You think A.J. Foyt, Grandpa said, now don't go break it again?
Oh, I'm sure there was a extensive discussion.
Don't you know, if it does happen again, though, he'll be somewhere in the infield in a camper overnight, I suspect.
He'll be headed to Charlotte.
Weldon, Castroneves, Kanaan, Rice, and Hornish Jr. There's the Budweiser race analysis. We've run 27 of the laps. 200 make up the 500 miles. And the field is very closely matched, as we've seen by everything in the early laps here. Foyt IV just came down the front straightaway, hustling to try to get caught up to the rest of this field. Of course, he rolled out later than everyone else. And Greg Ray is out there as well. There's Dario Franchitti's view. Oh, this is so cool. Look at that. You can read everything on that dash. Well, you guys with the big screens can. Wish we had one of those. There is Scott Sharp's view. Sharp is back in 22nd position, so it's an uphill battle for him. And again, the beautiful Chevrolet Corvette pace car, the official pace car of the 2004 Indianapolis 500, out in front of the field. Andretti's car is currently in front in 3rd place, back in 6th place. And Franchitti in 7th behind Brian Herta. That's the 4 cars of Andretti Green Racing. You can see Brian Howard up in the starter stand, tells the field green flag next time around. Jacques Lazier, the 70 car, now the name, replacing Robbie Gordon at the wheel there.
Boy, talk about a lot of pressure. He didn't get that much time in the car this month, has not been in the car for about a week and a half, did not run on carburation day, the last day of tune-up for all these drivers last Thursday, so now he's coming in sort of cold.
A.J. Foyt IV coming in. You saw him on the pit road. You also saw the pit closed flag waving.
And that was to take on fuel because they were repairing the car back in the garage area, Paul, so they have to go to the fuel tank, which is located out there on pit road.
No real penalty through that. He was going to be back there anyway. All he has to do now is catch the field, which is over on the backstretch. So it's time now for everybody to settle down and to think about the distance yet to go. Green flag on the 30th lap should come out. This long red flag period is come to an end. Here we go again at Indianapolis. Official time of the red flag, 1 hour 47 minutes. Look at this. Rice coming down the inside. And now Castroneves makes his presence known as he comes around Kanaan. Hornish Jr. comes in behind Kanaan. Look at Hornish. He comes over to the inside, that number 6 car. Side by side, he runs alongside the 7-Eleven car of Tony Kanaan. Woo!
Kanaan got pushed up into the gray. A nice move by Hornish. Gave him enough room to get through the turn, but not enough to be able to get by him.
I think we're going to see this on every single restart because these cars take about a lap and a half to get up to full speed. It's a chance to make valuable passes for position.
Well, Scott, this is probably also a lot about what they're thinking about the weather, is it not?
Well, it's a little bit thinking about weather right now, but guys, I'm watching Rice. He just passed through everybody right now, getting through the turns very quickly, putting his sights on Weldon. 2 young guys that want to make their mark here right now. This is going to be a duel.
That's Weldon out in front. The 15 red, white and blue car of Buddy Rice is in second place, owned by Dave Letterman and Bobby Rahal. You're looking on Thomas Schechter's number 4. Nice move there for Schechter as he comes forward. Schechter has actually jumped up a couple of spots since the green flag.
You hear that radio communication? Pancho Carter saying, nice job, keep digging. They must have made some changes to the car, guy, because we saw in that restart just now, it's got a little bit of opportunity to pass. On the original start, though, he certainly went backwards.
That's Vitor Mira, the 17 car that sits in that group back up at the front, the top 3. And those sparks that are coming off the skid blocks are just unbelievable. Here's a super slow-mo. Look at Rice, came roaring down the inside on the restart.
That's a lot of confidence with your car when you can make it 3 abreast on the restart going down to turn 1 on cold tires.
Remember we talked about the draft early on? Whoa!
Look at that!
So close to hitting Kanaan.
You can see the poor guy sitting there right there for the signboard. He was ducking.
Yeah, and I don't much blame him. Look at Rice on the inside.
Nice move.
But now as we come back and on board Weldon with the look back there. And already they're going to have some traffic out in front of them.
He lost a position, so something happened. Whether he got offline and just lost the momentum. You talked about that momentum, Jack. So important with these 3-liter engines. They do not have the horsepower or the torque. You have to take your foot off the throttle for any reason. It takes a good lap and a half before you can get back up to your top speed.
So that puts the pole sitter, Buddy Rice, back in front. While we were keeping track of some pretty incredible moves on that restart.
You don't think by any chance Dan Weldon saw that move in his rearview mirror at the start and said, well, if that's the way Buddy Rice is going to drive, I'm going to let him lead for a while, do you?
Well, it makes sense from a couple of points of view, not the least of which is fuel economy.
Right now, it's a bit of a game for everybody. First 2 guys are in Honda power. Everybody says that Honda's been making the most horsepower, and in theory, if your engine's making more power than everybody else, you should be using more fuel.
Kanaan the quickest, last lap around. Hornish second quick. There is Kanaan working on Brian Herta. The fight there is for 5th. Teammates.
Now Now watch Kanon's right hand as we're going along the straightaway. See if he does any shifting with the wind. He's running a draft right now, picks it up a gear. Watch to see if he goes down a shift going in through the turns. Pretty happy with it going in turn 1 right now. That left hand tire down below the white line, catches a gear between turns 1 and 2. He'll be back on the throttle all the way down the backstretch. Now remember, 5/8 of a mile long, getting up to about 225 miles an hour.
Still see quite a bit of spark off the cars. That will tend to go away as the cars get lighter with the fuel load, 30 gallons.
That's at 7 pounds a gallon, and I'm not a math major, but when the cars only weigh about 1,900 pounds, well, when you burn that fuel down, it lightens the car up.
Well, it is brilliant not to do math in public for any of us, I'll tell you that.
Looks like Kanon's a little stronger coming to that turn 3-4 segment down the front straightaway. Looks like turns 1 and 2 sort of suit Herta. He seems to be able to get through that segment of turns a little bit better. Now, even though both ends in these 4 turns look the same, guys, I can tell you by experience that the car operates different in all 4 turns. No one can ever figure it out. The banking's the same, 9 degrees all the way around the circuit, but the car will act differently on each end of the turns.
Last lap around, it was Vitor Meira, ran around at 215.4 miles an hour. That was the fastest lap then. But they are all averaging up 214, 215.
Look who has taken the bit. Jacques Lazier gaining 3 positions in that Robbie Gordon relief drive today. I bet you under that helmet right now, Jacques Lazier's smiling ear to ear.
Jack, that is simply amazing. You think of, like I mentioned, he's not been in the car for a week and a half, missed that carburation day. Talk about pressure, getting in here with all your peers who've already run 26, 27 laps. I mean, give this guy top award.
That blue and white 17 car behind this car, Thomas Scheckter, that's Vitor Meira. Pretty amazing little driver. Picked up this ride from the Rahal Letterman team.
When Bobby Rahal announced that he was going to form a 3rd team, he told me that Vitor Meira was the first guy that arrived on his doorstep applying for the job. He got there at 6:30 in the morning, Paul.
You know, everywhere you go, you seem to see Meira. Here is Thomas Scheckter. Comes out of South Africa, lives here in Indianapolis now. And he currently sits back in 8th place. And if Vitor Meira has anything to say about it, that will change shortly. At the front, it's still pretty close there. The front 4, Rice, Weldon, Hornish Jr., and Castroneves. So, Scott, what do you do now? You settle down and try to run some mileage out?
Try to run a pace right now. Understand what the car is doing. The drivers have some possibilities of change the handling in the car inside. They've got weight jacker, which actually can transfer the weight from one side of the car to the other. It will handle different going in through the turns. They can adjust the suspension front and rear also. They might be working with that, but they're also working to see what they want to tell the drivers, or the crew chiefs rather, for the next pit stop to maybe make some changes when the next pit stop comes up.
Those 2 red and white cars, the number 6 and number 3, Sam Hornish and Castroneves Penske cars. There is probably some advantage to them running with one another and knowing what one another is going to do. Gary Gerald?
Paul, during practice late before this race, we saw these 2 teammates running countless laps in tandem. Right now, Roger Penske was cheerleading on the restart for Hornish, told him he did an excellent job. They've also told Castroneves, just ride in line. So I think what Scott was saying about fuel conservation is on their mind at the moment. They said they did nothing other than change tires and add fuel during the long red flag. They like the way these cars are working right now.
The pace is still fast with 42 laps complete, 215.5 miles an hour. And the leaders are now closing on traffic. The first, of course, will be A.J. Foyt, the 4th.
And, Paul, he's looking high already. I noticed that just in that last frame. He's a little higher than he wants to be.
Buddy Rice has cleanly passed them. 4 moves over to let the field come by. In fact, goes for the pit road. Car heading for the pit lane.
18, Robbie McGee. It's a little sooner than what he needs to be, that's for certain.
Let's see what they do with this car. There's Foyt the fourth coming in as well.
See the man working on the front right there. He's actually doing some wing changes. Might also do some tire pressure changes. Clear high means that he can come up into this fast lane right here.
Back on board with second place, Dan Weldon. Again, Buddy Rice is quick last time by. Weldon is half a second back. So now 45 laps, the first 100 miles crossed at the 40th lap. There's your top five. Will Rice continue in front? And at the Indianapolis 500, as they scream down the front straightaway at over 220 miles an hour, lap average at 215. It's Buddy Rice that's still out in front. And Greg Ray's finally got that car working the way he wants. There is Rice working traffic.
Buddy Rice was first introduced to Bobby Ray Hall, the car owner that he drives for, by baseball's Robin Yount. See how baseball is synergistic in terms of Buddy Rice's racing career?
In fact, Buddy had to make that decision one way or the other. Well, Buddy Rice still out in front on laps, though Dan Weldon had a nice run in front. And how about Lazier?
Here we go, here we go.
Come on, Sam, as he comes to the inside, and Hornet grabs the lead.
Takes advantage of the lap car that Rice got stuck behind, guys. A little bit of dirty air, disturbed air. Probably had to get off the throttle. We talked about that momentum factor. Just a breathe of the gas pedal slows you down. Clear by 7. That means clear by 7 car lengths.
Hornish, Rice, Weldon.
They're probably jumping up and down in Defiance, Ohio right now.
Nice and smooth in this traffic. Real nice work. It's all yours. Sheriff Fisher, next car. Sheriff Fisher. And then Harley Jones.
Great radio work, telling you the cars in front. That's what you want to know, because you've got a little book upstairs in your head about every driver that you come up upon, and you sort of know their traits. That's the information that you need from your spotters.
Now here comes Sam Hornish working on Fisher.
Now he's got to make sure that PJ sees him.
Oh, boy.
Remember, with Fisher right behind PJ, he'd be looking in his mirrors. He might not actually have saw Hornish.
Look at this replay just a couple laps ago. Oh, man. He can put that car anywhere he wants.
The width of this racetrack, guys, is 50 feet wide. That's equal to 4 super speedway lanes on an interstate, but you don't drive at 200 miles an hour like we just saw down the interstate.
Well, Jack, remember, this track was designed and built in 1911. Cars were going a lot slower back then than they are now.
Hornish leads for the first time, but Weldon's on the roll there, too.
Underneath Castor Nevis.
Just so simply, Weldon comes up.
Castor Nevis is off the pace a little bit, guys, by the looks of that.
On board Weldon. Herta right behind him. Castor Nevis down in 5th now.
Jack, you mentioned this before. I'm really amazed at how these guys can go side by side and run underneath each other and just be able to go around through traffic, because all month we heard everybody's worried they thought it was going to be a parade.
but it's all about trust, and these drivers trust each other because they not only run here at Indy, but they run 16 races in every season, at least this season, together. And you start to, as you say, get a book on each other, and you do. You watch each other's back.
Right now, everybody in traffic.
That's a little high, guys, for that one. Oh. Don't want to get up in that gray section there. No grip. Here we go.
Look at this.
Kanan's running.
Right down on the inside.
We talked about that momentum factor, Paul, and caught Kanan out.
And we've talked about Mira, and he's really good.
All month long, Vitor Mira's had a nice smile on his face. He likes what he's got.
And Matsura there on the 55 car. Lined up now. Looking at Kanan.
Around the outside, I don't think so, guys.
And yet he stays pretty well tucked in.
Remember, no Japanese driver has ever won the Indianapolis 500.
Matsura says he patterns his style after the Brazilians rather than having a...
Oh, another car into the wall. Caution comes out.
41.
Oh, man. A.J. Foyt's going to have to spend some more money.
That right side damage, guys, shows you that he probably just got high again and put the car into the wall. Foyt the fourth has already called it a day.
Foyt the fourth, and now Larry Foyt against the wall. Foyt the fourth, of course, up on the timing stand now. Whatever it was didn't work for them.
Well, you heard A.J. say to Larry, just as he did to A.J. 4, I told you to try and stay low. So maybe it was that push, wanting the car to go out to the wall, that collected Larry Foyt like A.J. 4.
That's on the exit of turn 2. You can see the re-entry from the pit lane over there on the right-hand side, and the Corvette pace car is back out. The signal, of course, that the visor went up. That's how a driver says, I'm okay. Foyt the fourth, pretty frustrated with the family day.
When you're here for a whole month, guys, it's very difficult. Look at this. Oh, up in the gray already.
Car just went right to the wall. Look how high that car is.
Absolutely, Paul. He's off that black. That's where all the rubber is. That's where everybody's running. That's what we call the groove. And you get up outside of that groove into that gray, there's just no grip there.
Well, Larry Foyt now climbs out of the car. He's okay. The rescue team is right there. Of course, they come here immediately. I'll take you back and show you some of Kanan's maneuvering with Mira and the rest of that gang. Here comes Kanan out. Mira stays with him.
You don't want to do that too many times, Paul, or Brian Barnhart will be calling you on the radio.
I've done that at I-465.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, don't do it here.
Looks very similar to the Weldon program we had last year with Hornish, which resulted in a crash.
Again, slower traffic, part of the issue there. And let me guarantee you don't want to get off on that grass at all. You think rain is slick.
Well, not only it's wet grass, just not grass. It's some wet grass today.
So our cautions today came first on lap 11 for Foyt the fourth, and then on 22 that break of nearly 2 hours for rain. And then Larry Foyt brings the caution out at lap 56. There's your top five. Jamie Little.
Well, I talked to Larry Foyt in the garage right before he came out, and he said, you know, both of our cars are pushing today. And then A.J. Foyt rolled in, and he said, I can't steer. And his grandfather told him, just park it, call it a day. A few laps later, Larry Foyt goes into the wall. Tough break. Grandpa, Dad, he's rolling back to the garage. Guys?
Scott, is there something about the day that would cause the car to push more, that would aggravate that for their car?
Well, it's changing conditions, Paul, because remember, last time the cars were on track was last Thursday. You come out to today, Sunday, we had a little rain, track conditions changed, and track conditions are changing dramatically also today because it's rain, took the rubber off that was on the track when we first started the race. The guys have to keep on top of it, not only in the cockpit with adjustments that the drivers can make, but also the guys in the pit lane making the changes to the cars during pit stops.
This is the 57th lap, and once again, we're seeing the whole front of the field head for the pits. We'll start with Vince.
in the pit box of Brian Herta. Remember, Herta started 23rd today, and he gambled a bit with that fuel strategy early on. He was one that was saved by the bad weather, and ever since then he has been running up in the front. So much of this team's attention has centered around Dan Weldon and Tony Kanaan and company, but Brian Herta has believed that he is more than capable of winning this race, and now he's up from the 23rd spot in the top 5. So far the stop is flawless, and away he goes. Let's go to Gary Gerald.
Sam Hornish in and out, very clean. Penske said, leave it alone. That's exactly what they did. Fuel and tires. Castro Neves was loose. They made an aero change. Jerry?
And Buddy Rice is, oh! A lot of congestion here. They're trying to leave pit road. A lot of congestion. It's a good thing we didn't have any contact. These drivers definitely on their toes, trying to leave at 60 miles an hour. Buddy Rice far into pit road. No adjustment, but a great pit stop by the team that won the pit competition on Thursday.
Everybody came in but Robbie McGee. Man from St. Louis going to get a little television time now.
Well, but he was trying to make some time up, too, because he was a lap down already.
Guys, we saw a lot of aggressive driving, you might call it, in the pit lane, but I'll tell you something. These drivers know that it's passing on the restarts and passing in the pit lane. These guys are going to take any option they can.
That's the line at the pit exit as they came out of the pits last time out. You saw Weldon go by. There's Herta. Boy, look at this group. But generally, they're lined up in single file. Kanaan goes by. Well, look at that tight little gaggle. So now they've stopped again, this time on the 57th lap, and with the caution for Larry Foyt. Roger Penske looks on. We'll be back with more after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Terry Gannon back at the Indianapolis 500, telecast sponsored by 7-Eleven. Been here since 10 o'clock local time this morning. The race was over 2 hours late getting started originally, and then an hour and 47-minute rain delay under red for almost 2 hours, but we are racing once again. Buddy Rice, quickest out of the pits. His team won the pit competition on Thursday, as Jack mentioned, and once again out to the track first. Back to Paul Page.
And you can see a goodly number of the fans have stayed with us throughout this afternoon. And we want to take you back just a few moments ago and ride with Mark Taylor. Watch this. Taylor goes the inside. Here comes Manning. He pulls up alongside Matsuura. But, of course, he wasn't in front of Matsuura when it got to the line, so he had to drop back. All that aggression didn't mean a whole lot.
Pretty risky making that 3 lanes wide in the pit lanes, guy. I can tell you that.
Jerry Punch?
Hey, guys, the previous restart, Buddy Rice had turned the fuel to full rich and was a rocket on the restart. And what the idea here is to do the same thing again. Pull it full rich, become a rocket, pull away from Hornish and company, and then back to click to 3 or 4 on the fuel and save fuel. Watching him to be aggressive again on the restart. Let's check in with Todd.
All right, thank you very much, Doc. Thomas Schefter came into that pit in 8th position. They had a problem fueling him. He was in the wrong position. The car, they got a full load in, but it cost them 5 seconds on the repit, and now he's dropped back to 15th place, guys.
There's Thomas Schechter, currently 14th, as the pace begins to pick up.
Paul, when you hear those guys talk about full fuel, full rich, what ends up meaning is that you've got lots of fuel going into the engine, and that makes more horsepower. They'll do that very quickly on the restart, then throttle back to leanness so they can actually start to save fuel.
And Vitor Meira has been penalized for running over an air hose, so now he has got to go to the back of the line from 6th to 23rd.
Oh, man, that is costly. And the green flag comes out once again. Buddy Rice acknowledges. Followed by Hornish and Weldon. Once again, the front of the field is grouped together.
Weldon's
and once again, look at him go to the battle. Weldon gets Hornish. Herta tries to get inside of Hornish.
Clear by 4.
5/8 of a mile down the backstretch. It doesn't look it, but this track is only 50 feet wide, and the pace is over 215 miles an hour as an average.
Keep in mind that equates out to over a football field a second.
Well, and another car takes the wall. Two of them. Everybody tries to get it slowed down to make sure they don't get on that carbon fiber debris. That brings a caution out. This is the 63rd lap. Always amazes me. There's Mark Taylor sliding to a stop, and how fast the safety crews get there.
Not been Mark Taylor's day.
But he was still there, and they hit.
Ed Carpenter, the other car.
Ironic, guys, that both Mark Taylor and Ed Carpenter are side by side in the pit lane.
You think about it, you know, these two guys ran here in the Menards Infinity Pro Series against one another last year. Ed Carpenter won the race held here, Taylor the series. Carpenter's obviously okay, and that's good news. Well, Scott?
Well, guys, two guys going for the same piece of real estate, and it just doesn't work like that sometimes.
Fortunately, the cars came around, scrubbed off a lot of speed in doing so.
And they end up in the safer barrier, that steel and foam energy reduction barrier that the IRL has in place. Now, it looks like Taylor's trying to go around the outside of Carpenter. Remember, Carpenter's on the low side, but there's cars in front. Does he get a little bit of dirty air and the cars start to push up front? Here we go. We'll get a good sense of what's going on right here. Nice passes. Darren went right through him. Now, guys, that's a side-by-side, and I got to say that Ed's just maybe a hair high going through the turn. Could have made it work, but they just went for the same piece of real estate.
Scott, do you remember when we talked about the dirty air that's created when you get up behind another car? Looked to me like that is part of what happened in that accident. Cars got awfully light, kind of bounced around a little bit.
Well, Ed Carpenter's teammate Alex Barron, there's his pit, kind of figured into that one because he came running down hard on the inside. Oh.
Watch his hands there. Takes his hands off the steering wheel. Watch how much his head moves there. We talked about that before with the Hans device. You take your hands off the steering wheel because you don't want to hold on the steering wheel. When you hit the wall, that wheel snaps around and you can break your wrist. And I've actually got a left wrist here, guys, that's been broken before. Mark Taylor's got the wind knocked out of him. He's sitting on the ground right now.
You talked about those accelerometers that these drivers wear and their earpieces to measure the G-forces of the crash. You know that the IRL will be downloading this information because that was a big crash.
Absolutely.
So the two of Eddie Cheever's Chevrolet powered cars. One goes flying by, and then Carpenter and Taylor go spin into the wall. Vince, you're with Eddie Cheever, former winner and owner of one of those cars.
Eddie Cheever was watching the replays of that incident just as everyone at home was. Eddie, could you get any indication from the replays what might have happened?
It's very difficult to see from here, but it looks like Ed was down on the bottom of the track and Taylor tried to come down on him and make it around the corner on the outside, and they touched. It's a pity because those are two Chevy cars that have just been knocked out, which is really unfortunate, but I have to see the replay again.
Disappointing end of the month for Ed Carpenter, who's been a very bright spot for the Red Bull Cheever Racing team in the month of May.
He's been very competitive, and we were very happy with how things are going. We now have to have a look at it and see what happened, but that's racing. When you're in the middle of the pack like that and you get caught up with some traffic, those sort of things happen, especially when you have two new drivers that are trying to figure out what to do. You can always wait another corner. You can always wait another lap. I think we haven't even done half the race yet, so very unfortunate. But I'm sure the IRL will look at the tapes and they'll sit down with both drivers and figure it out.
Running out of patience. Costly for Red Bull Cheever and driver Ed Carpenter, and also the Johns Manville Menard machine of Mark Taylor. Right now, Buddy Rice in the lead at Indianapolis.
Well, if you were not with us after the hour and 47-minute rain delay, we were under red for almost 2 hours. Rain early in the day. The race started almost, a little bit more than 2 hours late. And then the restart after red. Buddy Rice, who started on the pole, racing for Team Rahal, Letterman, and look at the move on the inside. Buddy Rice goes to work and moving up. In fact, on lap 34, Buddy Rice once again, watch him pass Dan Weldon, the youngster from England. So Rice moving ahead of Weldon and taking the lead there. However, he would hold the lead until lap 51. Sam Hornish Jr., who has won the series twice but just has not had luck at all here at Indy, he makes a move to take the lead. A couple of crashes, too. Remember A.J. Foyt the fourth early in the race hitting the wall? Well, Larry going into the wall. So Team Foyt, not a good day at all. And on lap 64, just a moment ago, a couple of rookies, Mark Taylor, Ed Carpenter, they raced together last year in the Infinity Pro Series, and both of them out of the race after that crash just a moment ago. Let's get out and join Todd Harris right now.
All right, Terry, I'm here with John Barnes, principal owner of the Menards Panther Racing. You talk about a rookie, but it wasn't a rookie mistake, was it, for Mark Taylor?
No, Mark has done a great job in John's Mansfield Menards Chevy car. I mean, just doing an awesome job. He got back to 20th there, 19th right before the rain started. He drove his way up to 12th and just went in turn 3, and I don't know who ran into him or what happened, but somebody got into him in the rear when he was turned in the corner.
For a rookie, you pointed out he was having a great race thus far.
He's doing fabulous. You know, Mark's impressed us all year. He's really coming into his own, and can't wait to go to the next one.
Well, for John Barnes, your day's not done. You're on your way to Panther Racing.
Yeah, we'll go down here with this yellow team here and see what's going on.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Back up to you guys.
Buddy Rice will lead the field back when we're ready to go green once again. It'll be Honda, then a Toyota, then two more Hondas. Rice, Weldon, Hornish, and Brian Herta at Indianapolis. 67 laps complete. We're still under caution. Back at the Indianapolis 500, telecast sponsored by 7-Eleven. Buddy Rice's girlfriend keeps an eye on him. He's the leader. Cara Lazier. Buddy is still fighting his way forward. Currently sits in 18th. Buddy Lazier. So the pace comes up. We expect green, but there's a question about this car. He's having trouble with fourth gear. Jerry Punch just reported that to us, and he may not be able to go up through the gears nearly as fast as everybody around him. We're going to ride with Scott Dixon. Green flag is out. Oh, it bottles up quick. Firestone telemetry there.
Look at this right there on the bottom, Paul. That little indicator shows tire temperatures and pressures are not up yet. The guy's got to wait a couple of laps for that to happen.
Oh, Dixon got Castroneves on the restart.
That's because of that bobble that happened directly in front of Helio Castroneves. They had to back out of the throttle, and you don't have the torque with these 3-liter engines that you had a year ago at 3.5 liter.
And if Weldon had a problem, it wasn't evident. Rice pulled him on the start, but Weldon was able to stay with him. Oh, Fernandez. That red and green car. Oh, they get side with it. You know, they're all taking a look constantly at what's going on with the weather. Oh, 4 wide, it's got to be.
Like I said before, it takes a lap and a half to 2 laps to get up to full song.
Oh,
here's
look at
where you
that.
pass guys.
That's Monday morning traffic, guys.
Now they're sorted out a bit. Two dry Rhine Bull cars get side by side. And there's Sarah. That red and black, number 39. Again, Marty Roth back at the back of the field. Rice is leading, followed by Weldon, who's sticking with him. Then Hornish, then Herta, then Kanaan, then Franchitti. Go down to Jamie Little.
Well, the bad luck continues in the Foyt pits. Larry, I know you said that your ankle's hurting you a little bit. What went wrong out there?
I'm fine. We were just really struggling with the car. I think Anthony and I missed the setup a little bit on our cars, but just the leaders were coming, you know, trying to stay out of the way. Probably just stayed a little bit, just got a little bit too high, got up in the marbles.
Is your dad doing all right?
What's that?
Is your dad doing all right?
Yeah, he's okay. I mean, he's disappointed. You know, we'd had such a good month, really. Everything was going so smoothly, and at least we're both okay. I hate it. We had a bad race day, but this place, that can happen here, so we'll be back next year.
All right, tough break for the Foyts. Jacques Lazier's having some issues. Todd?
That's right, Jamie. I was just told by his crew that they're having some kind of electrical problem, so they're going to have to do some serious work here. Meanwhile, his brother, Buddy Lazier, has lost all radio communication with his camp, and they've got to use a whiteboard to get him information. Guys?
Guessing that's the weather taking its toll on the radio. One of those things on the checklist.
Just like a classic loaded up plugs or something.
One of those things on the checklist would, of course, be when you are down 2 hours or nearly 2 hours, hour 47, change all the batteries out. Manning is 6th, the red and white number 10 car. He's chasing Brian Herta. Of course, you saw moments ago while we were talking to Larry Foyt, Kanaan take a run on Herta and just put him away. So Kanaan sits in 4th now.
Darren Manning in this car, of course, due to the untimely death unexpectedly of Tony Renna, and he's dedicated the season to Tony Renna's memory.
Tony Renna killed in his first opportunity to drive for Chip Ganassi in a test at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway last fall. And Darren stepped in to take the ride. Manning is being straddled by 2 of the Andretti green cars. This would be a little early, I would think. Roger Yasukawa. You saw the incident earlier as well. Ed Carpenter and Mark Taylor. Jamie Little, how's Ed doing?
Well, we're in the Red Bull Cheever pits right now, and Ed, it's got to be so frustrating, but what happened from your perspective?
I got in a really great restart, and Alex and I was trying to pass Alex and Mark. I knew I wasn't going to get by Alex, so I gave the corner to him and dropped in behind him, and I thought I had the corner on Mark Taylor anyway, and he just tried to race me in too wide, and I pushed up a little bit, and there's nowhere to go. I mean, it just, Brian says in our meetings, this is a give and take racetrack, and there wasn't any give.
After a whole month of anticipation and build up to be here, you were one of the first drivers here. What is the feeling right now when you're on the sidelines and the track's going on?
Huge disappointment. I mean, we had a great month, ran a lot of miles, had a great car. I mean, my guys gave me an awesome car, and all the guys from Red Bull are here. It's just really disappointing. The motor was running the best it's ran all month. Chevrolet's done a really good job this month. It's just disappointing. We were 65 laps into a 200-lap race, and you got to give.
Tough day for the rookies. 3 out already, guys.
Well, at least good news is so far they're all able to talk with us. But take you back to that last restart. We talked about the guys had a good time. Jacques Lazier did not. Boy, look at that. Probably fishing for a gear there somewhere.
Or the development of his electrical problem that put him on pit road.
Oh man, that really has to hurt. Fortunately, everybody gets around him though. One car looked like it may have been Takagi, got way down right on top of the wall to get around there.
That looked like the left rear probably just touched the wall, Paul, I'm sure.
Back at the front, Rice, Weldon, Hornish. Only 0.8 of a second between first and second. There's Buddy Rice, number 15. That's Weldon right behind him. And the 6th car, Sam Hornish Jr. He calls himself an extreme athlete, extremely fast. You bet. Though he shaved off his facial hair and turned his cap around for this season and new sponsors.
Really thought he was going to play baseball at Arizona State University. Had gone to several of their camps, and in fact a couple of minor league scouts, as just a sophomore in high school, had told Buddy Rice that he might have a Major League Baseball career.
I'm glad he came here. And all these guys are, the young ones are into all the extreme sports. Rice, that crew, of course, we've got a couple of triathletes, Schechter, Kanaan. Pretty amazing how fit they are. Let's go to Gary Gerald.
Quick update on Sam Hornish, Paul. He was concerned that he may have had a problem on a shift. Roger Penske checked with the electronics people and the telemetry people. We understand that there is no concern. Hornish seems to be on track. So you've talked a lot about how unusual it is to have so much shifting in Indianapolis this year. One of the team managers this week told me that you can expect that 1 out of 30 shifts, the dog gears may bang against each other. Potentially, that could create havoc in the gearbox. They say that under IRL specs, you really can't do anything to strengthen gearboxes, but shifting and gearboxes a concern unlike previous years at Indianapolis.
Well, and again, because of the shifting, and you get those dog rings that the dogs that run on a ring, you just slice that thing right off and then forget it. You don't have that gear.
And Paul, that shifting is because the loss of horsepower and torque that we talked about before. Now they're down to the 3-liter engine from the 3.5. They say maybe 100 horsepower less. The engineers got a little bit back. Maybe they're down to about 75, but certainly a loss of torque also.
The lap leaders, Buddy Rice still dominant there. We're at 82 laps, and we expect to see pit stops probably in about 10 laps once again.
And we will have to watch and see which engine combination pits earliest, because there's been some dispute as to who gets the best mileage. Is it Honda? Toyota? Chevrolet was telling me they could get as many as 4 extra laps. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that's something we really don't know yet. We haven't seen enough open running without caution to really tell who's doing the best.
And Jack, I wrote exactly what you were saying. Buddy Rice is getting outstanding fuel mileage despite the fact that this Honda engine is generating a lot of horsepower. They just told him on the radio, you are making fuel mileage, buddy. So just if you need to use a little more fuel to stay up front, go ahead and use it. We are not going to pit till around lap 97. That's how good a mileage Buddy Rice is getting. 3 laps prior to halfway, the leader back on pit road.
Yeah, and that's about 6 laps further than we thought that they could go. But a lot of the teams have said we think we can go 34, 35, 36 laps without a stop. That's burning what? Right at a gallon a lap. You saw the 2.2 on Frankitti's wheel. That was their target mileage, 2.2 miles per gallon of methanol. The Andretti Green team. Weldon, Kanaan, Herta, Franchitti, 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 7th. Nice going, Michael. Gary Gerald.
Paul, we were talking about that fuel mileage. One team manager told me this week, he said, if we stay in the draft, we think we can run 38 laps. And I said, you've got to be kidding. And he said, no, we actually did it. So if you stay out of the draft, and they'll say that if you're out in front, you're going to lose about 2 to 3 tenths a gallon, miles per gallon. So you may go from a 2.7 to a 2.5 or a 2.4. But they said they could go as many as 38 conceivably. That's huge.
That's Buddy Lazier, the dial number 91, slows down on the course and heads into the pits. And don't.
3/4 of the way down the straightaway, Robbie, something went wrong. He pulled up out of the groove. When he got down here, it looked like it was bottoming out, going into 3, hard to turn. He got it down. He's coming to you.
And you're hearing that relay because Buddy doesn't have a radio. Spotters are trying to help out.
Actually, you can see the left front wheel, guys, right there. Came in and was not actually in contact with the road. When he said the car bottomed out, possibly he's had a suspension failure.
Be a Canadian life.
Sam Hornish Jr. on the move, fellas, has moved into 2nd position.
All right.
Clear by 6.
And now Kanaan's going to start working on Weldon.
Buddy Lazier pulled back out of the pits, guys. Looks like it was just a flat tire that he had.
tell you what, that's great. I mean, that's at 213 miles an hour in a corner.
Some people thought Buddy Rice winning the pole was a surprise, but don't tell Buddy Rice that. He's got a nice, calm, cool demeanor as Toru Takagi finishes his pit stop. And he was right from the get-go, said, look, we're going to be a factor in this race. So far, he has been.
Well, the race started late and had plenty of rain here. When it got underway, they ran down to the 11th lap. And then A.J. Foyt IV got in the wall, and then they flagged the race for rain. And hour and 47 minutes of it, they were able to repair Foyt IV's car, but once he got it out, it wasn't handling very well, and he retired soon thereafter. On the 56th lap, it was Larry Foyt into the wall, and then only 6 laps after they got that one cleaned up, Ed Carpenter and Mark Taylor, both rookies, got into the wall. But we have seen this rather constantly in the 88th running of the Indianapolis 500, the telecast sponsored by 7-Eleven. Here's a race summary for you. After 89 laps, with Larry Rice the dominant power. And remember, too, in the interest of safety, they have reduced the engine size from 3.5 to 3 liters, and also put some aerodynamic stuff as we watch Adrian Fernandez, who a lot of people think is going to be there at the end of the day. They put some aero stuff on the center of the car, center line wicker, to try and keep the car more stable once it gets sideways. Wow, Matsura, Franchitti, and Fernandez.
Takes advantage of those
goodbye,
guys
Adrian.
getting caught in traffic.
And that's the trick right there. Pick up a little bit of the toe, get by. But remember, even though it's classified as a super speedway, as you ride with Dario Franchitti and the visor cam, only 9 degrees of bank. Not much at all. I want one of those steering wheels.
You can get it if you want to drive at the Indy 500.
How much is it going to cost me, Jack?
Somewhere around $40,000, guys. You can have one of those.
Oh, cool.
Hard to believe that in an open cockpit car, a guy's head can stay as stable as it is, but you showed us, Scott, in Show and Tell, the aerodynamic devices that they put on these helmets. They put helmets in wind tunnels now.
They do, and they actually work with the car manufacturers to see exactly how the helmets work with each individual car.
Larry Franchitti actually set him up with a helicopter and licensure and everything for a marriage present. Look at this.
Dixon
to the inside of Franchitti, and he makes it. Dario's been flying back and forth to their home in Nashville in his helicopter. He loves the thing.
And you saw how he downshifted there when the lights came back up. He lost momentum and tried to grab a gear just to try to propel the car back up to speed.
In years past, Scott, most of the top teams would use 2 top gears, one kind of an overdrive and one for just regular, trying to make a pass. But this year they've had to go to 3 gears.
And Jack, that brings up a good point. We've seen some restarts where some guys take off. We're not sure whether it's the Honda engine with maybe a little bit more power and torque over the Toyota and the Chevrolet, or whether it's the gear selection that you're talking about inside the gearbox. And when we say that, our team's using 3 top gears or 4 top gears. If there's only 3, more gears available for restarts. If they're using 4, then they have a situation where maybe the restarts might not be as quick, but they're betting on a race pace at the very end. Be interested to see if it comes down to a shootout, who's got the gearbox for restarts and who's got the gearbox for fast speeds.
But just 7 laps away now from the halfway point, and that's when it becomes an official race. Should rain visit us, but the sun is shining down on us now. And we expect the pit stops, another round to occur between now and the halfway point of this race. Normally they take the Indy 500 to the 400th mile as we watch from on board Sarah Fisher, and there comes Buddy just cruising past. Hornish Jr. will now have to get down on the inside of Sarah Fisher, and he gets past as well.
This track is so big, and no seat can you see all the way around, and that means you can't put spotters in one position. Most of these teams are using spotters located in 3 different positions. That makes for some pretty heavy radio traffic. Jerry?
And Dan Weldon will come down pit road, and we are being told by Michael Andretti and this Klein Tools Jim Beam team they will not make any changes, although Danny had said that the air pressure adjustment on the last stop had made the car a bit twitchy. You hear him counting him down to 1 on pit road, and Danny gets the car stopped exactly on the marks. 4 tires, they got to get it full of fuel. And there is Tony Kanaan as well on pit road. And bad timing, the yellow, because of an incident on the racetrack, guys.
It's the 5th caution of the day, and it's a P.J. Jones car, number 98, carrying the colors and livery of his father, who won in '63, an old Calhoun 98. I guess this is new Calhoun, and it's going to go lame now.
Waited so very long to start in his first Indianapolis 500, and now he is the 4th rookie of the day to end up in the concrete.
That's a strange place for the car to end up. It's well down the stretch.
There again, right side damage we saw in the car, so it sort of leads you to believe that he got high coming out of the turn, just grazed the wall, took off the right side. You can see the rear wing is actually not disturbed. Here he is just trying to get out of the car. Remember, there's a 6-way seatbelt on there. Takes off the head surround, which actually helps absorb impact in case the driver hits the wall, especially going in backwards. A lot of belts, hookups, radios, Hans device, all to get out of there.
That's a signal that the pits are closed until they get the field backed up behind the pace car.
And again, we see an opportune caution, so all of the field will be able to pit under caution. But don't let that fool you. It is still frenetic times on pit road these days, because you can gain track position by saving just a second on pit stops.
Even though the race is slowed out on the track, there is still a race in the pits, and you can affect a pass in the pits. So P.J. Jones is going to take that long ride back first to the infield care center. Boy, that's tough, especially if you're a rookie. 4 of them: Larry Foyt, Ed Carpenter, Mark Taylor, and now P.J. Jones have been in incidents thus far, and we're not even at the halfway point of the Indy 500.
About a decade ago, most people thought that the Parnelli Jones son that would make it to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway would be Paige Jones, but he was critically injured in a sprint car accident, and we're happy to report that he is back living with his family and doing well, but not well enough to ever drive. P.J. Jones told me he wanted to dedicate this race to Paige because P.J. said he should have been the first Jones of the 2nd generation to drive in an Indy 500.
Weldon and Kanaan both stopped, and then the yellow came out. They'll stay out now as the rest of the field is going to head for the pit road. Rice will lead them down. He'll be followed by Hornish and then Manning. Boy, the hearts are pounding up and down there. You know, this is the chance for the team to make a difference in the outcome of the Indianapolis 500, a dramatic visual difference.
And these teams have practiced all month long for pit stops, and now it's for real.
Almost all of these teams practice the pit stop every day. So both Dan Weldon and Kanaan, the way they stopped, end up with track position now. Field, as here they come.
The Target Ganassi team waiting the arrival of the 10 car Darren Manning. Manning has had a successful season in his rookie season, a 6th, a 5th, and a 4th coming into this race, and he is very confident, despite being just a rookie, that he can win this race. He comes in and hits his mark perfectly. No changes expected to be made, just tires and fuel. So far the stop without a hitch. Let's go to Gary Gerald.
Everything routine for Sam Hornish. No changes once again. He's off the gas. Gary?
Buddy Rice says, do not change a thing. Bolt on 4 first, and he stalled the engine. Buddy Rice has stalled the engine. It was supposed to be a routine stop. Manning and Rice both stalled it, and now Buddy Rice has been refired, but that cost him about 7 spots here on pit road.
the great work of Team Penske won that battle.
Well, Paul, actually...
What's this? We got the, this is started as Robbie Gordon's, is now Jacques Lazier's car.
On that board out there, can you say house car? Or just write the car? Write car big with a question mark to see if you can signal us.
During that last stop, Paul, Hornish Jr. was very lucky. He started lead before the fuel buckeye was actually released out of the nozzle. And in the end result, the car moved forward, but it snapped out just at the very last minute. Otherwise, that could be a bit of a catastrophe.
We heard a radio transmission from a spotter asking someone out there on the signaling side of pit road to put up on a board, "House car." Shades of 1960s when they didn't have radios. Remember, Buddy Lazier's radio is out.
And of course, they have it backed up as we're going to take a look at this. This is Buddy Rice's stop. Now, you watch, a good team always puts a starter motor over the wall just in case. And the crew member goes for it, but doesn't pull it all the way over the wall. And then finally, he goes to restart the car after Buddy Rice stalled it. But that was costly. So while we suggested that they can make time for you, they can also lose time for you on the pit road, and certainly they did so for Buddy Rice there. Look at that tremendous drop. Didn't help Matsura, Scheckter, Manning. You saw that, Jeff Simmons or Bruno Junqueira. So Weldon and Kanaan, in part by the nature of when they stop, will pick up the front of the Indy 500. We'll be back.
We just got word on Mark Taylor. He is being sent to Methodist Hospital for observation only. They say he's okay, but as soon as we get word, we will get back to you guys. Right now, Gary Gerald has an update on Hornish.
Yeah, this could be a potentially devastating problem here for Sam Hornish, a very concerned Penske team. When they came in on the stop, this is the vent, the end of the vent hose. When they pulled it out, it stuck for a moment. And if you look closely down in here, you can see that there are pieces inside that have broken off. The concern for the team is that those pieces may still be established in the car, and they may have to bring him in and give up track position to double check. That's what they're concerned about. We'll wait and see. No, Hornish is coming. They're going to bring him in, guys, and this means they're going to look over. They're going to work with forceps and pliers. They pull out the piece, they send him on his way, and he stalls it. Now they bring the starter over the wall. It's under yellow, of course, but he has lost a ton of positions. It stalls a second time. Sam Hornish, who had been up there battling for the lead with Buddy Rice, has now got a monstrous challenge in front of him.
And that's how quick it happened at the Indianapolis 500. Hornish goes out of the pits, an incredible move. Surprisingly, he didn't have any problem with fire at all, though he pulled off the vent as he went out. Now they've got it fixed, but he stalled a couple of times before they were able to get him back into the traffic. Todd Harris.
All right, guys, little audio problem there. The Meyer Chevrolet, I'll tell you what, it ran great today with two drivers. You guys pulled off something that hasn't been done in 27 years. Jacques Lazier, I know you don't want to be standing here talking to me. What went wrong?
You know, the funny thing is you've been with me every step of this roller coaster ride, you know. Unfortunately, at the end there, it looks like we broke an axle trying to leave the pits, and it's really too bad. I mean, I got to thank everybody, especially Meyer, Grill to Go, Coca-Cola, and Robbie Gordon for, you know, I mean, he went out on a limb for sure. I had not been in this car before, and we jumped in the car. It was a little different than what I was used to, but at the same time, once I got used to it, you know, the car was good. We had a couple laps, I think, at 2:13.7, and you know, I feel bad for the team, too, because they worked extremely hard this month, just from what I've seen, and the car was good enough, you know, it could have gone up. We had a little problem over in turn 3 and had to clean the tires off for a lap and a half, which cost us a lap. But, you know, I'm very grateful for Robbie for giving me this opportunity, and we'll see what happens.
Well, Sam Hornish is back in, so let's quickly send it back down to Gary.
Crew anxiously await him now for a third time. They thought that they'd pulled out. Well, they did pull out the damaged piece. He comes in tight to the wall. This time, I think they're just going to top off the fuel. A couple of gallons, and he's back out of there. No more track position to lose, so hopefully they can get a couple of more laps as they're feeling with the added fuel.
Yeah, sure, why not? And the reason that we're in there, of course, is because on the stop, Hornish had problems, and the stop came during the caution when P.J. Jones got the wall. Look at that pyrotechnic display.
Paul, like we've seen earlier today with a few other cars outside that black groove where all the rubber is, up in the gray where there's no traction at all.
And it really benefited Tony Kanaan and Dan Weldon. They had pulled down on a pit road, the caution came out, and they were able to get track position.
Well, we have crossed now the 101st of the 200 laps, so it is an official race regardless of what happens. We don't have any clouds that look like they could produce rain, though they were certainly earlier in the day. In fact, we have sunshine down on the front stretch at Indianapolis. Jerry Punch?
This yellow was a huge break for Tony Kanaan and the 7-Eleven team. He had to pit when he did. Why? Because his left rear tire here had a hole in it and was going down. It was basically flat when he came down pit road. He had no choice. He had to pit, and then the yellow came out. So Tony Kanaan's luck finally changing maybe here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
And remember, part of the telemetry system allows them to monitor the tire pressures as they circle the track, so that's very helpful. Well, we should see green next time around, but first, listen to Tony Kanaan a little while ago.
We need to find out what happened, man. Looks like something was broken in the car. Okay, we had a flat left rear tire. It seems to was correct. Hell of a drive hanging on there. The last couple of laps, I thought maybe it looked like the sidewall was starting to collapse, but I thought you would bottom a lot more going into one. So, hell of a job. We got a bit screwed that yellow coming out right there and there, but we'll be okay. I have a lot of work to do.
How's that for some eavesdropping?
It looked like a sidewall was going to collapse, and a great job that you hung on. Wow. These guys really are super athletes.
So Dan Weldon going to lead the field back. He's the motor coat leader at the halfway point of the race. And here we go again. And Kanaan right to the front. Now Herta closes in. So Andretti green cars, 1, 2, and 3. Franchitti, the fourth of that team, is sitting back there in 6th.
Michael Andretti, who tried for so many years to win as a driver with 4 cars in this field and would love to be in victory lane as an owner.
There's Michael. Rick Klein off to the left, one of the sponsors of the car. From Chicago, Illinois. Michael, of course, Nazareth, Pennsylvania. Catherine Evans starts out and picks up the position from Brian Herta.
Guys, Hornish has already got himself up to 17th, was on his way past Simmons going into turn 1, just in the case of 1 lap after that restart.
Yeah, well, nobody figured he'd sit still. First time in the lead today for Tony Kanaan. He's now 3 for 3 in leading the Indy 500.
Buddy Rice on the move as well. That blue-red car with the silver.
And the yellow comes out again. Whoa! 2 cars right at the pit entrance. Greg Ray is one of them. There are 3 cars. One of them is a Target Chip Ganassi car. It looks like Hornish and Manning. Well, he was hustling the car. Look at the damage to that thing.
You can see the disgust with Hornish. He threw his steering wheel out. He wants out of the car. Both the left and the right side of it. He's probably obviously just ended up clipping the guys in front of him.
So Hornish climbs out, no problem. Greg Ray is the blue number 13. Ray is out of the car.
Guys, this is real lucky because that's in pit lane right now. It came in, hit the end of the attenuator. All 3 cars came in. If there was any pit stops going on at that point in time, that would have been very difficult.
Oh, look how angry Manning is. So let's take a look and see what set this situation up. knew that Hornish was hustling pretty hard.
You have to see the bottom of your screen. All three of them coming around there. And Hornish was in the backside of it by the looks of it. He ended up just getting collected with everything that was going on.
Pretty much a victim. That's an attenuated barrier, a barrier that can collapse on you at the end of the pits. It's been tested before, and it looks like it's done its work again, but it was more what Ray and Manning were doing than what Hornish was doing. Ooh.
I've hit that, Paul, and I've got to tell you, that's it's not a great feeling. That thing just does not move, but it looked like Manning being on the outside possibly just swerved away from the wall, caught into Greg Ray, and then Hornish was just taken out in the accident.
There's the victim.
And the bad luck as we look at Darren Manning also waving, reminiscent of the way Eddie Sachs and even the Brit Jackie Stewart had to walk back down to pit road one time. But for Sam Hornish, the ill fate at Indy continues for this kid.
And another rookie in Darren Manning out of the race.
See that Greg Ray's just coming up. Manning's trying to stay on his line. And Greg ends up just getting a little bit high. There again, the dirty air probably from the car in front made the front slide up. Just goes and catches that left rear of Manning and sends everybody into a spin.
And remember, this is the Greg Ray, the same Greg Ray that told us he had to finish 10th or better in this race or he'd be out of business.
So disappointed, Sam, I know, but what happened? Can you explain?
You know, we had a really fast race car. We had a problem in the pits. A piece stayed on with the vent. You know, nobody's fault. We had to come in and got to the back of the pack, and stuff like that happened. So we had a super fast race car. I feel really bad for these guys. They worked so hard this month to make sure that we were fast. You know, first time I got to lead at the 500, and it's not been very forgiving to me, but, you know, we'll keep coming back until we get it done.
Could you explain what happened in the incident?
Bunch of guys got slowed up. Darren went to the outside of Greg, and Greg just ran right up into him. And, you know, I mean, I can't, that's what it looked like to me, and I was just right there, nowhere to go.
You get the feeling that someday Indianapolis will be kind to Sam Hornish Jr., but so far it has not been a pleasant visit.
There is this situation. Looked like one of the safety workers. We'll find out the details on this and let you know. Of course, they're bringing him down from that area, but it's not one of the three drivers, obviously. You've seen them. Manning, Ray, and Sam Hornish. And Sam Hornish tries to hustle the car, but then he becomes a victim of an accident between Ray and Manning.
That was having a good day up until that incident. Did you feel as though you had the pass on Greg Ray made?
Yeah, I was actually trying to pass Unser Jr. as well at the time, but so I don't know what was going on with Greg. I don't know if his spotter hadn't told him that I was there, but you know, he just kept coming and clipped my my left rear. So you know, he should have maybe even seen me because I was well alongside him. So just a shame. I guess it was my fault really, because for being at the back of that in that position anyway. You know, I didn't have it in gear in the pit stop, and that dropped us right to the back of the field when we were running in third. So just a great shame for Team Target and Toyota, because you know, we were right up at the front of the field by that second stop with you know, 120 laps to go, and you know, I had a quick car. We were setting fast laps. I was able to overtake and run with everybody out there. So just a shame for all these guys to put such hard work in. So a bit disappointing.
It was your first Indianapolis 500. Did it live up to everything you had hoped it would be?
Well, it bit me. That's for sure. You know. Yeah, just I think this is what the month is all about. You know, the highs and lows. You know, somebody's going to be on a big high at the end of another couple of hours of racing, and you know, me and Sam, two favourites, we're out already. It's a bit of a shame.
Let's go to Gary Gerald.
Roger Penske has had such grand success at Indianapolis, but you've experienced a lot of lows. How disappointing from your standpoint, Roger, when an incident like what happened in the pits puts you in track position where your driver ends up in peril?
Well, I think, as we all know, we have to have perfect execution in the pits. We had a problem with the vent, and I didn't want to take a chance of leaving it in there because we knew a piece was in. We came in, and unfortunately, when you're in the back of the pack, things happened, and Sam got collected. But he drove a great race. He led some laps at Indy, and we'll see what happens here with Elio.
What are you telling Elio in terms of weather? Because I understand you're reconnaissance guys, and you're always on top of this. say we're in for another round of wet stuff?
Well, I think you can feel it in the weather right now that something's coming. I don't know exactly what Cindric is telling Elio right now, but hope they get this thing green pretty quick.
All right, thank you, Roger. Jamie?
Well, finally, P.J. Jones got in the field at Indy. Unfortunately, your day was cut short. What happened, P.J.?
Yeah, not a good way to end your first 500, but just, you know, we were struggling a little bit. I mean, that's no secret, and short on laps, and I just didn't have the car the way I wanted it, so we were just trying to run laps, and I thought everything was fine. I was a little loose, and all of a sudden, next thing I know, I'm in the fence. I don't know if I got high and then just hit the fence, or if a tire went down or whatever. I don't know. It just unfortunate. I mean, Hitachi and Mike Curb and Curb Records and Agajani and Fab and Greg Beck. I mean, just not how we wanted to end it today. But I just thank for their help, and hopefully we can do it next year.
Well, the first half of the race, were you feeling all right with your feelings? Was everything you thought?
Oh, I was great in the car, and we were getting good restarts, but just couldn't make it happen.
Perfect. All right, Jerry?
I'm with Kim Green, and Kim, your driver, Tony Kanaan, seeing the skies getting darker and the wind picking up. What are you telling him?
You know, I mean, I hope we get to run the full 500 miles. Obviously, if it poured down rain and washed us out right now, you know, we are in a position to take advantage of that. But from what we are seeing of weather and informing on weather, it's so patchy that it could hit or miss. So I think that, you know, we've got to try and hold the point when we go back to green, and, you know, see if we can just run our normal race at this point anyway, and, you know, and hopefully fate will be okay for us, because you know, when the pit's open, if you stop right now, the risk's just as bad the other way. So you know, I know Brian and the IRL said to us at the last stop that they want to run the full 500 miles, so that's what we want to do too.
All right, they're trying to keep Tony Kanaan calm. Terry Gannon, they're trying to calm him down, not to overdrive the car, because weather may be moving in.
And the clouds are moving in right now, Cherry, as you look at the radar and you look at those storms to our southwest. The race is official, though. Remember that. So Tony Kanaan in the driver's seat in more than one way at this point.
Well, the caution is still out at the Indy 500. They still clean up that three-car accident at the head of the pits. The Indy 500 telecast sponsored by 7-Eleven. And now with 113 laps complete, the skies darken a little. There could be rain out there, but we've had showers go north and south of the track throughout the day. And here's something to remember. 19 cars are on the lead lap. And the way they have been bunching, that means that there are 19 cars within about a third of a mile of one another, which means they're all within a third of a mile of this guy, car 11, Tony Kanaan, the current leader of the race. But it's still very much anybody's game, and you heard Roger Penske's told him to go ahead and go full rich for Elio Castroneves. Todd Harris?
Well, gents, how tough is Sarah Fisher? She's battled through the flu. She's doing fine. She's gotten through the weather. The car's running great. Unfortunately for the Bryant Kelly Racing number 39, someone has hijacked her radio frequency. So every now and then some fan or someone in the area just pipes in and starts talking to Sarah, and she's asked them repeatedly, and I quote, "I don't know who you are, but will you please stay off this channel until the race is over?" Paul?
That's dangerous. I hope they find out whoever that is, and it costs them a lot of money, if not some time at the government's expense with rent.
At least Sarah Fisher continues to persevere. She may be back in 22nd spot, but usually by this point in Indy 500 in the past, she's been watching from pit road. Kudos to her.
The pits are now going to come open. Remember, obviously they had to be closed because of all the debris that was at the entrance to the pits, because that accident happening off of 4 came right down, hit the barrier at the end of the pit wall. Sarah Fisher, the third lady driver at the Indianapolis 500. Of course, Janet Guthrie was the first, and Lynn St. James had a good run, and Sarah and Lynn raced together too. Ladies starting the Indy 500 in 2000. There's Dario Franchitti as he comes into the pit area, and we'll see now how I'm assuming, no, I'm going to make a bad assumption. I was going to assume that more would come in than appeared on pit road. But here's Franchitti in for his stop. And they're just going to plug fuel, top him off, put him back out.
Two ways you can look at this. If you're Dario Franchitti's team, you say, let's go top off on fuel, and we can move our way back up to the front. before the rain comes. Then there's others that are being told stay out because the fuel window is at about half. That means most teams have used about 15 gallons of the 30 gallons they've got left. So now those teams are running the wick on the candle, hoping that the rain comes here before they have to pit.
So now we're talking all that high-tech equipment that the weather guessers are using.
And keep in mind, it's Target Chip Ganassi and Red Bull Cheever Racing that have the highest of the high-tech. But we heard Roger Penske, all he did was use his airplane pilots calling the weather station.
Okay, Scott Goodyear, at this point, just on instinct, how would you play it?
Well, I think Jack hit it right on the head, because right now Kanaan and Weldon are just going to sit there right now and have to look at this and go, man, I hope that we get another yellow if we need fuel. If they have to pit underneath green, you'll probably end up losing a lap, and then it's wide open to what might happen after that.
On ABC on Wednesday, 4 couples choose to test their relationship's biggest issues to see if it's truly meant to be. The series premiere of The Ultimate Love Test at 10, 9 Central, ABC on Wednesday. Now they're telling the front of the field that it's 1 lap back to green. Chevrolet Corvette pace car out in front. Tony Kanaan follows that pace car. It pulls off, and now Kanaan controls the field. Right together. Roger Yasukawa. He's had the target fastest.
Green, next time by. Remember, use fuel position 1.
Target fastest lap of the race at over 2:16 on the 55th lap.
Remember, every restart, we've seen these guys buckle up and then really start to dice it up for about a lap and a half. Let's see if it happens again, guys.
Down the long backstretch. This may become the critical restart of the Indianapolis 500. Kanaan, Weldon, Castroneves, Herta, Fernandez, Dixon, they're all right there.
Remember, Weldon's been plagued with a problem in the 4th gear.
Kanaan picks the pace up. That problem didn't show up on the last restart. We'll see if it comes up now. Green flag is out. Back to speed at Indy. Weldon stays right with Kanaan, right in his wake.
Kanaan was smart, stayed in the low line, tried to make him go around the outside.
Side by side, Weldon goes to the lead of the Indianapolis 500.
And used the draft on his teammate and was able to work through the unstable air to take the lead in the Indy 500.
So much for 4th gear, too, huh?
Yeah.
Elio Castroneves now trying to set up Tony Kanaan. Brian Herta comes in behind Castroneves. This could go 500 miles. It could end at any moment. Anything seems to be able to happen on this day. Here comes Weldon. And Kanaan tries to pull a little bit away. And does it. On the front straight, Michael Andretti looks around. Kotsky Mature in the 55 car makes a nice move on the front stretch, comes close to the wall. They're on the back stretch again. Michael has cars in 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 14th. Franchitti, with that quick refill, dropped down to 14th. But of course, if they go the distance, that's going to carry him further.
As we talked about before, smart move because he's got both strategies covered here. Actually goes green. He's got Franchitti sitting there looking good. It goes a short race right now. He's looking good either way.
Michael Andretti,
Okay, thank you.
who retired this race 1 year ago. Buddy Rice, he's just looking for any room on Dixon. They're battling for 6th right now.
It's a bit of a difficult move to try and do that in the short street. You're better off to sort of hang back and take a run through the turn that goes on the longest straightaway.
At first, I thought Michael Andretti would be ill-suited to the owner role because for the first couple of races, he just kept running back and forth between each of his cars. Now, at least, he's learned how to light in one place. Kanaan comes up, uses the draft. Side by side into turn 1. Kanaan takes the lead back.
Okay, so here's the scenario, guys. Does Danny Weldon have the gear ratios in the car that are better for restarts than what Tony Kanaan does? And does Tony Kanaan have a gear selection, maybe 4th, 5th, or 6th, that's better when the car gets up the momentum and the speed? Two different theories here. Be interesting to see what's going to happen.
And there's the other question. What does Helio Castroneves have in his bag of tricks? Can he get by Dan Weldon? 6 different leaders in this race already.
And Tony Kanaan has led 13 of the laps. Rice has led the most, followed by Weldon.
You know, it was very compelling to me, though. Sam Hornish Jr. said, I got a chance to lead the Indianapolis 500. As quick as he has been here over the years and won 2 championships, he had never led a lap here at the Indianapolis 500. I can remember when I first did it back in 1993. You get to go to a great party and have your name on a trophy the following year.
They say, well, that's one of the reasons why he signed with Marlboro Team Penske.
You know, I'm wondering what's going on with this guy, Helio Castroneves. He gets up on Weldon, and then he drops back. Then he gets up there again, then he drops back. But he seems to maybe even be satisfied in 3rd place. That's Brian Herta, who is right behind him in 4th. Fastest last time around was Vitor Mira. He continues to be fast everywhere. Mira, who dropped to 23rd. Remember the pit violation? He had to get in the back of the line. Well, he's back up to 9th now.
What a great day for Brian Herta. After not so great day on pole day during qualifications, into the safer barrier. The team went to work, rebuilt the car. He qualified on 2nd day, and then in practice, another crash. That relegated Brian Herta to the back of the field, but he's worked his way up to run in 4th position with his teammates.
And that second one was a qualified car, so it was overnighted to Aerodyne, and they did some great work on it, got it back within 24 hours. Top 3. There's Weldon 2nd. And Castroneves. Now look, Castroneves closes up again. Fernandez is back in 5th. Rice is 6th. Dixon 7th. Mira again fastest last time around. Jamie Little?
Well, Greg, there's certainly been 3 sides to this story. We've heard 2. What's your take?
Well, I mean, it's disappointing. You know, we had electrical problems early on, so we went 6 laps down, and I wasn't being aggressive in traffic. We just had a good car, and we were going forward, and I got around Manning on a restart. I could have passed him a couple times, and I got a run on him, and he was on the outside of me, and I knew he was there. You know, I didn't know Sam was quite as close as he was, but I gave Daring room, you know, but he's out there, it's pretty slippery on the high side, and, you know, I looked at the replay, and it's one of those things we got together, but he had room there, but it was tight, so it's unfortunate for all of us, unfortunate for our new sponsor, Rent-A-Center, before MasterCard, so, you know, it's kind of like, well, I know we had a good car, but that's the way the day goes.
All right, Greg, well, tough day. We heard that he wanted to try and get 10th in order to keep racing this year. Guys, we'll have to find out. We'll get back to you.
One of the few owner drivers in IndyCar racing, Greg Ray, has been facing a financial crisis. Fellas, we'll just have to stay tuned and see if he makes it to his home track, Texas, in a couple of weeks.
We watch Castroneves do it again. I mean, he drops back, and then he comes up to within 2/10. That's where he sits now.
Remember, Paul, we were talking about the draft. You can pick up the draft from about 20 car lengths back, but you get to that magic 8 to 9 car lengths, the air gets real unstable, the car starts to lift, and you get your hands full, and that's exactly where Helio Castroneves has planted his car right now behind Dan Weldon.
And Scott Goodyear, the draft sounds like it's fairly calm, but it's somewhat turbulent. 25 lengths back.
There's a lot of turbulence around here, Paul, that the drivers don't experience all month, simply from the fact that you've got 33 cars out here starting this race, and it becomes a little bit of a swirl pot. So the more cars in front of you, the more dirty air you have, and the more difficult it is to drive the car.
Tightens up at the front. Weldon closes on his teammate. There's the teammate, Tony Kanaan, the red, white, and green number 11. Weldon, the Klein Tools entry. Won at the last IRL Series race at Motegi, Japan. There's the look back to Elio Castroneves and the lap leaders after 126 laps. We're probably getting pretty close to yet another stop.
You look at these first three cars, and you've got Tony Kanaan, who's best friends with Elio Castroneves, who runs in second. And sandwiched in between, Dan Weldon, who happens to be the brunt of a lot of jokes from his teammate, Tony Kanaan, and says he wants to beat Kanaan worse than anybody else.
Quick word on Elio Castroneves, Paul. I know you've been wondering about that. We can't confirm that there's an actual handling problem, but we know they're instructing him to continue to work with the weight jacker and the sway bar. Scott frequently talks about that. That would seem to tip the hand that they're not happy with the balance of the car at this point.
Some great driver aids inside the cockpit area that you talk about. The weight jacker actually helps transfer some weight, maybe over here to your left-hand wheel if the car's starting to push and goes up towards the wall. The weight jacker is located in the little button on the steering wheel. Like I said, puts weight over here. A little bit of drafting going on.
Here's seeing Al Unser Jr. for the first time today. Franchitti takes him away.
Down through the turn, now through the short chute. They talked about the weight jacker. The weight jacker's over here just underneath this left hand that we talked about. It's right there. Also, the roll bars are there. He can adjust the weight on the car in the front and the rear.
I find it interesting that most of the cars that are running fast are doing it back down in the bottom of the top 10. Alex Barron just ran the quickest lap at 2:14. We've seen Mira do it a number of laps, and I assume that's the toe.
Absolutely. Punching a hole in the air. The car does in front of you, allows you to get that slipstream. That's what you're always looking for, but it's the timing of the pass. It's so crucial, whether it's a competitive car in front of you like we see right here with Weldon. Castroneves is trying to line them up right now, or especially if it's a lap car. You don't want to take your foot off the throttle. We talked about that before because of the new engine rule, and less horsepower, less torque.
Well, if you try to figure out who has an advantage in this thing, maybe you have to consider the pit crews now. They're coming up on a stop any time, and of course the Penske team is always incredible. Buddy Rice's team won the pit stop contest. The Andretti Green team, all four of them, they practice pit stops every day, but then again so does everybody else. They're so closely matched now, and change those tires off in 7 seconds, and now with a smaller fuel tank, 30 gallons, the fuel goes in about the same time it takes to change the tires.
But the most important thing that these crews will have to concern themselves with is being calm during the pit stop. Just as excited as you can get watching things, you got to make sure, especially for Dan Weldon, that his Andretti Green crew does it calmly and focused.
And Weldon, like so many, cite the road racer, the Formula One champion, Ayrton Senna, as their hero in racing.
Teammate Tony Kanaan also citing Senna as his hero, but it makes more sense because Senna, like Kanaan, was a Brazilian.
Rice up to 6th now, Mira up to 8. Oh no, another one into the wall. And it's Marty Roth, another rookie.
There again, just right side damage, guys. We have to speculate. Maybe just a little bit too high, up out of the groove. Gets in that gray and then ends up hitting the wall.
7th caution of the day. He crosses the straightaway and will come to a rest down at the end. But this will close the pits, and then they're going to be stretching the fuel tank, though under yellow conditions they get as much as 10 miles to the gallon. So at this point it shouldn't be a problem, and it looks like Marty Roth is fine.
45-year-old rookie, and as I said at the top of the show, you had a situation where experience is so important because you make so many pit stops, the car changes so much, and we've seen it take its toll on newcomers here at the Indy 500.
Getting the safety crew right there. Yellow is out for the 7th time on the 132nd lap. and 36 laps since the last pit stop for most of these cars. We'll be back.
And to Gary, Jerry. Back here live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Terry Gannon with you as the Indianapolis 500, our telecast sponsored by 7-Eleven, continues here in the race, heating up. Lap 134. They run 200, of course, and take a look at the day for the rookies. The 6th rookie of the day just went out. It was Marty Roth. Right now, let's go down to Todd Harris very quickly.
Well, here's the story with Thomas Scheckter. He was just in moments ago, got 4 new tires, but he just had to come back in. He missed his mark on the last pit. They got no fuel in his car, no fuel. He was off mark, so he just came back in, got back out in 7 seconds.
So the problems continue, this time for Thomas Scheckter, and we saw all the problems for the rookies in this race. And Marty Roth, that was just a moment ago before we went to break. The crash, Marty Roth, the 45-year-old rookie, hitting the wall and right down by pit row. They did obviously open up pit lane a little bit early. The guys were talking about them closing that and the miles that you can get under caution, but they opened it up. Castro Neves had a problem during the pit stop as well. Let's go back downstairs to Jerry.
Terry, I'll tell you, this is something that I can't remember seeing with the Penske team. Helio Castro Neves, apparently a miscommunication on the radio. I heard him saying something about they wanted him to, he thought he meant to go right. He pulled to the right side. He missed his pit box entirely. They had to back him all the way up, roll him in, and then up on the jacks. The rear wheels were spinning. You can't drop it off the jacks with the wheels spinning. They had to get that slowed down. By the time he got out, he went from 3rd place to 17th. A huge, huge blunder here, and oh so costly for the guy who's never finished worse than 2nd. Jerry Punch.
Well, teammates Tony Kanaan and Dan Weldon came down pit road 1, 2 in that order, but on the way down pit road, Danny Weldon begged his crew, guys, you have got to get me out first. I think it's going to rain. Please. All the way down pit road at 60 miles an hour, and guess what? They did by about a half a second over Tony Kanaan. They beat him to the end of pit road with a 4-tire stop, so they did what he wanted to do, get him out first. Let's go up to Vince.
As one of the teams that has had a splendid day today is the Andretti Green team of Brian Herta. Remember, he started 23, but his Dallara Honda took advantage of an early stop when everyone else came in, and he stayed out. They played the fuel mileage game and then got a break with the rain that came. Since then, Herta has been up near the front, and his car has been splendid. They have made 2 very minor adjustments, and that's the only time that they've even touched the race car today. Brian Herta, maybe the less publicized of the foursome of Andretti Green, now running 4th. Let's go to Jamie Little.
Well, guys, I got an update on the IMS safety worker who was injured when those 3 cars came together earlier. He is awake and alert, but he is going to Methodist Hospital to get x-rays on his feet. We wish him a speedy recovery, and our hats go off to the safety workers here at the races. They're doing a heck of a job. Terry?
All right, Jamie, that was during that 3-car crash that we saw a little while ago. Let's go back to lap 64. The 2 rookies getting together, Ed Carpenter and Mark Taylor, into the wall. They competed against each other last year in the Xfinity Pro Series. They go into the wall here at Indy. Lap 59, this will be critical. Buddy Rice in the pits. He was leading. The bottom of your screen, he stalls the engine coming out of the pits, and that allowed Tony Kanaan to go ahead. Here's Kanaan passing Dan Weldon. This is lap 104. Kanaan and Weldon going head-to-head, so Kanaan getting the better of him there, but just 1 lap later, this is where the 3-car crash took place. Manning, Hornish, and Greg Ray, and they go down near pit lane. And for Sam Hornish, you know, all the problems he's had at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He's won the series twice, but just can't get it together and have any kind of luck at all here at Indy. And there is Sam, who actually led the race for the first time in his career at some point earlier today. And Weldon making a move for the lead. And Weldon, you've got Kanaan, you've got Brian Herta, all 3 driving for Michael Andretti. So perhaps Andretti could get a win as a team owner, even though he couldn't win it as a driver. And again, the battle, and Kanaan taking the lead a little while ago, and all the action in the pits that we just saw. Let's send it back to the guys calling the action, including Paul Page.
Well, Terry, this is going to be real interesting now. Bruno Junqueira, this is a one-time deal. Newman Haas comes over, puts together a really eclectic group of guys to run the team. He won the pole here in 2002, and right now he's in a position to win the Indianapolis 500, but he is out of the fuel sequence. He's probably 14 laps from his stop as the green flag comes out, but I'm sure they're gambling on weather. Well, look at Kanaan down the inside of Weldon. They use a slower car. They pivot off of him. Now Weldon gets caught. Well, if the pit stop was costly for Helio Castroneves, that restart was pretty costly for Dan Weldon. Now look at this race. Rice is in that one. Oh, man, look at this. Sixth place, Dixon. Nobody's. You're clear. Again, the sparks off of Weldon's car because it's heavy. Just been refueled, bottoming out on the track. I love it. Franchitti tries to get a nose in way down on the low side. He loses momentum. Scheckter goes by on the high side. Oh, man. That's Roger Yasukawa over there, and Franchitti can't get past him. He's going for gears everywhere.
It's like watching a computer game right now.
Neves in 15th now. I think at this point, nobody can really figure this out. Is it going to go 500 miles? Or is it going to end with rain at any second? They're driving like it could end at any second.
Alex Barron taking a nice run underneath Alonso Jr.
Sitting down. Sarah down on the inside on the front stretch. You know, it's truly amazing. You look all up and down the gigantic grandstands, 5/8 of a mile on the front stretch alone, double deck, and everybody's standing. Thomas Scheckter, the yellow car. Whoa, that was on that restart. You got the momentum, use it.
Well, the one thing I know for sure, Scott Goodyear, is that he's got the correct restart gears.
Correct restart gears, and he's got a lot of bravado, I think, too, to be able to do that around the outside.
Firestone telemetry on Scott Dixon. And by the way, tip of the hat to Firestone, who put together some amazing tires to be able to run at Indianapolis so efficiently. Junqueira, Kanaan, Weldon, Herta. So 3 Andretti green cars lined up behind Junqueira. Junqueira is probably 9 laps from his next stop. Everybody else going to go a lot further.
Bruno Junqueira, another one of the Brazilians that came up through karting. He, along with Tony Kanaan and Helio Castroneves, spent most of their younger days down in Brazil racing against each other in go-karts.
That last lap, Rice made quick work of Herta, got a nice draft, slid underneath him, and pulled out a good 15-18 car length lead.
There's Buddy Rice, the 15 car, making his presence known back at the front of the field. Carl Haas. never won the Indianapolis 500, and it's strange to see him without a cigar. He normally doesn't light it, but he normally has it.
Hasn't had the cigar all this month here, and I asked the folks why that was, and they just said, well, he wants to change his luck. He's never won the Indy 500.
Look at that, too. He constantly writes on a pad. Very superstitious guy. Castor Neves has moved from 18th to 12th.
Now, what will assist Castor Neves, guys, is if there's another yellow, he gets to make up the space that he sort of lost from the guys that are up front and didn't have to deal with the traffic. He needs another yellow to be able to come in for fuel and then pack up and have another opportunity to make up some spots on a restart.
Rice is beginning now to reel Weldon in. There's the look from Weldon's car back to Buddy Rice, the pole sitter. It's getting a little darker here, isn't it? Michael Andretti working the gum overtime.
Here we go.
And Kanaan, just that easy, goes around Weldon. What's up with that? And here comes Rice. Is something wrong with Weldon?
Keep in mind, every time you crack the throttle on these cars, it takes a lap and a half to 2 laps to get it back up to speed. If you've ever watched NASCAR, it's kind of like restrictor plate racing. It's the same sort of thing. They used to call it a giant flywheel, Paul.
Yeah, Bobby Unser called it that, and I still don't understand it. Herta now is beginning to reel Weldon in. Jamie Little.
Well, Marty Roth, you don't look that bummed for just getting taken out of the race. How are you feeling right now?
I don't look what?
You're smiling. You don't look that bummed.
What do you want me to do? You know, like, no, it's too bad. I got caught up in Robbie McGee's wash there. I was taking a look at it down low in corner 4, and he just came down and took my air, and off I went, so that's racing,
Tough day for Roth racing. And talking about the women behind the men, his wife is standing right next to him, and she was spotting for him today. Tough break. Guys?
Junqueira doing the pits probably in 3 laps. Then Kanaan, Rice, Weldon, Herta. There's the battle.
And those 3 know that Junqueira is on the short end of the fuel stick and that he's going to have to pit. So this is the battle that we're watching right now. That's going to be the situation where we'll be seeing the lead shortly, because Junqueira is going to have to pit within the next 4 or 5 laps. Bruno Junqueira is a young man that came here to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with target Chip Ganassi and was benched in his first year, and was told that maybe we might have to let you run the Indy 500. By the second week, well, target Chip Ganassi allowed Junqueira to qualify. He finished that race and came back the following year for Ganassi and sat on the pole. He's been away since then and says he misses the Indy 500, and he came back here and has acquitted himself quite well thus far.
One of those quiet Brazilian road racers that take to the high-speed oval like a duck to water. And you can bet that Carl Haas probably trying to do a rain dance down there. So if he can get it to rain in the next couple of minutes, well, next minute and a half, this race could end with his guy in front.
Remember, we talk about a football field a second for Bruno Junqueira right now. It'll be interesting. Do they short pit him? And what I mean by that, when he pulls onto pit road with weather approaching possibly, do they just put a little fuel in to try and stay out there? The way he's building this lead, Scott Goodyear, at a football field a second, I think that might be what the plan is for Jim McGee's.
One possibility. The other thing I wonder about Weldon, guys, is that maybe as he leaned the engine out to maybe try a different strategy, maybe possibly to run a little bit leaner, maybe make a few more laps on this tank full of fuel.
On to sweep of the top 5 positions, though.
And Toyota down in 6. Chevrolet's first mark comes at 11.
We talk about Hondas, Jack. Right now, there's only one Toyota in the top 10, and that's Dixon in 6th. The other ones, 1 through 5th, and then 7th through 10th, is all Honda.
With a 3.5 second lead, 3.4. Junqueira will drop well back. About all they can do is what Jack suggests, just short fuel the car. And Junqueira is on the pit road. So is Takagi.
Copy. Remember, keep your foot on the brake. Keep your foot on the brake during your stop.
And as Junqueira rolls to the pits, Rice got Kanaan on the front stretch.
Bruno Junqueira is in. 221 years of Indy experience on this team for Newman Haas Racing. Everything routine, no aero changes, revs up, full load of fuel in, he's gone.
What's your speed?
But the rest of the field was going away from him, as Jack points out, at 300 feet per second.
And look who has taken over the lead. David Letterman, who came here to Indianapolis as a youngster, now a car owner. He said he feels like a beauty queen at the big dance with all the attention. And now it's his car that's out front in this Indy 500.
You know, I can't imagine what this is doing to David. He was in radio and television here. He was a weatherman at a local station. Look at this. This is his driver. Buddy Rice just sucked right into the draft and out and around the then leader, Tony Kanaan.
Excuse me, mind if I drive through?
Wow.
Started 8th on that restart. He looked racy right from the get-go since they dropped the green flag again. And you can tell Buddy Rice desperately wants this win. His dad, well, he was a drag racer, an amateur, did it for a hobby. But it was what gave Buddy Rice the infusion of passion for the world of motor racing. Started out riding motocross, actually BMX, before he could ride the motorized version, and now look at him.
Kanaan's not letting go, though. And now you get into that further question of, if you're going to run it down to the end, where is it best to be? I mean, we're playing the drafting game now. Is it better to be in second, third? Who knows? You know one thing, you have to stay in contact with the leader. And in just a few laps, we'll be into that last 100 miles that they all say they wait for. Bobby Rahal is not happy about something. He's shaking his head. Wonder what's up with that.
The car's leading the 500. You can't be upset about too much right now.
Going to have some slower traffic ahead. Maybe that's what's concerning Bobby, because anytime you come up on a slower car, that can be an issue for you. Try to get word down to them and let them know, here comes the leader. Give him a little room. Dave Letterman worries about his guy. Can Buddy Rice win the 500? Or will it be Weldon or Kanaan? Who knows? 100 miles are complete of the Indianapolis 500. The telecast sponsored by 7-Eleven. Buddy Rice, the pole sitter, is the leader. He's out in front by almost 3 seconds. There's a threat of rain. There's these pit stops coming up in about 10 laps. And for some reason, there is a very frustrated Bobby Rahal, who's been running up and down the pits. Second place is Tony Kanaan, followed by his two teammates, Dan Weldon and Brian Herta, and then the reigning IRL Series champion, Scott Dixon. We're going down to the final minutes now, the final 100 miles, and it rolls off pretty quick at 215 miles an hour. And also with that whole threat of rain, who knows what can happen just in the next few seconds. And David Letterman from the pits, man, what can he be thinking? Jerry?
Well, David Letterman, you held your hand out. We felt a couple of raindrops. Do you anticipate that the shower is on its way? And if so, you guys can pull it off.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, it's not really about the rain. The unbelievable job Buddy has done all day. I mean, it's a heroic effort. The car was strong under any circumstances, and he fell back a couple of times, and he kept tigering forward and forward. The rain doesn't mean anything.
You have got to be so proud. You've got to be so proud.
Unbelievable. Let's see what happens.
He is so pumped.
Tremendous job.
And David Letterman, you can see the passion. He is an absolute open man. David Letterman watching his car in the final lap.
That's the passion that so many have for the Indianapolis 500.
Remember, Buddy Rice started this year unemployed. In fact, all three drivers that are driving for Bobby Rahal were unemployed at the beginning of the season. Last year, he had a 3-year contract. He didn't even finish out the season with Red Bull Cheever Racing. Buddy Rice filling in for an injured Kenny Brack, set a car on the pole and has been doing so well with his second pole here at Indy. And now, well, David Letterman said it all. Incredible job.
Buddy Rice closing up on Thomas Scheckter in the Pennzoil Panther car. Expecting Tony Kanaan to come in on the next time around.
Coming inside. Inside. Clear behind.
You know, an absent a caution, if he stops next time around, what do you think? Is he going to go the distance, or are we looking at a last-second stop?
Well, I'm still trying to figure out why Bobby Rahal was so upset just a little while ago. Maybe he actually felt some raindrops and wanted to yellow.
Go to Gary Gerald.
Oh, the sprinkles are increasing. Timing is everything. And right now, the timing is not working to the advantage of Tony Kanaan. He'll make a green flag stop. Here comes the nose of the car. Buddy Rice is going into turn 3, and the service continues here for Kanaan. Everything appears to be automatic and routine. They're holding him, waiting. They're trying to get every fuel. He may have enough to go the distance if it goes the distance, but the weather is a huge concern.
Rice is on the front stretch as Kanaan starts to pedal up. So what happens? Got reported some sprinkles a couple of different places. Will they call the race? Kanaan comes back up to speed, but Rice comes around him. Dan Weldon is in.
And guys, they have told Buddy Rice you're going to have to pit within the next 3 laps. But the question is, does the rain come? Do we run out of gas, or do we win the Indianapolis 500? You've got to be on pit road in less than 3 laps.
Well, we found out what the thinking is of Andretti Green. They bring their 2 cars in as early as possible.
So do Rice and Weldon, or Rice and Letterman, take the gamble of their life and keep that car out with the possibility of rain? 91 car Lazier.
Did he run out of fuel?
I'm guessing. No, he didn't go that far. He's only 31 laps out since his last stop. He shouldn't have. Again, the crowd continues to stand. And there's the call. They bring Rice in. Brian Herta will pick up the lead.
This team won the pit stop competition on Thursday. They were the best of the best. This stop could win them the Indy 500. They cannot afford a miscue. Remember, Buddy Rice stalled the car while leading before the 100-lap mark. Here they come. Ricardo Nalton Company, right front tire, left front, rear tires are on. Fuel is in the car. He revs the engine. Leader in turn 3, and Buddy Rice does not stall, and he burns it out. 9.67 seconds. Great stop for Buddy Rice.
Oh, man, that stop was incredible. But now Herta faces the decision, as does the now second place Fernandez and third place Vitor Meira. There's Herta, new leader at the Indianapolis 500. Now the top 5 cars, Herta, Fernandez, Meira, Matsura, and Castroneves. they all still have to stop within a lap or two, unless they pull something out we've never seen before.
Took a while, but Vitor Meares worked his way to the front of the field. Remember, he ran over the air holes during a pit stop, was relegated to the back. Here comes Brian Herta.
So Fernandez now will pick up the lead.
60 miles an hour along pit lane, guys. Seems like an eternity when everybody's going over 200 on the front stretch.
Dave Sharpley has a crew cam on the right front for Brian Herta's car. Vince Well.
This crew has been flawless all day long. The fuel is in, the tires are changed, and down he goes. Excellent work from the Andretti Green team, and they slap high fives with the satellite radio team.
There's Fernandez, the new leader. And he stays out. He's been quietly there all day. Look back from Dixon. So watch for Fernandez to make a move for the pit road. He's milked 37 laps out of that car. Now he says he's coming in.
Pulling on tires, guys. Pulling on tires. We got that. Got a clear pitch all around you.
Fernandez gives the instruction to the crew. Gary Gerald.
Oh, the raindrops are getting bigger. The crew looking to the skies. They were pleading for it to open up and rain. But no, now it's Fernandez's time to come in and make a green flag stop. With 29 laps to go in the Indy 500 and weather imminent. Adrian at the top of the leaderboard, but he won't be there long. Here's the service. It should be the final one of the day. Fueling complete. Adrian is gone. Let's see how far he drops on the pylon. Buddy Rice just went flashing by.
Buddy Rice has the lead again. Kanaan second. There's Buddy, the 15 car. Weldon third. Herta fourth. Junqueira back up to fifth.
The most important job for Buddy Rice right now, guys, is to make sure that he reads the traffic correctly, doesn't get bogged down with any slower traffic in front, and make sure he doesn't take himself out.
Is it going to rain? Are they going to finish the race? 28 laps to the end? And then there's that pesky little fact about guys leading at this point tending not to finish in front at the Indianapolis 500. Boy, a very nervous David Letterman. Think of the spot that the officials are going to be in, and the burden rests on the shoulders of the senior official, which is Brian Herta, who, if you've been with us this entire day, you've met several times today. And the question he will have to answer is really, what is rain? And then if it does rain, do I go to red and checkered, or do I let it run out in yellow for a while? Now, don't forget tonight, following the Indy 500 coverage, yellow comes out, America's Funniest Home Videos, Extreme Makeover, the Home Edition, and Line of Fire. On the West Coast, you'll see everything at their regular scheduled time. So they've made the call. The caution has come out. Dave Letterman is sensing the possibility that they may be winning the Indy 500. It depends. There's Buddy's dad, Buddy Rice's father. Oh, come on, Rain, stay here. Bobby Rahal looks skyward, too. The Borg Warner Trophy.
And the face of Bobby Rahal is on there for 1986, and he would like to become a two-time winner. One as an owner, one as a driver.
Vince.
Bobby Rahal, you've won this race
as a driver, and you're on the verge of winning it as an owner. What's going through your mind?
Well, it isn't over yet. Until that checkered flag waves, or the red flag, whatever the case may be, we're not celebrating anything.
The raindrops have been falling, but just a very light sprinkle. Have you been instructing Buddy or Vitor in any manner regarding the rain?
Well, we told them sometime right about half distance. It looked like rain was coming in a half an hour, and took a little longer than that, but we know it was coming. And you know, I know that down there, Scott Remke and Dave Letterman, I know they were telling Buddy to go like crazy. So he made a lot of great passes to get to the front.
We saw some video of you earlier, and you looked very agitated, like you were upset about something. What was the situation?
Oh, just, you know, with the lap cars, you'd like to see them get out of the way.
Bobby Rahal, 26 laps away from achieving victory as car owner.
We showed you a moment ago the Borg Warner Trophy. Again, there's Buddy Rice's dad. There's 62 silver likenesses carved on that trophy. Will Buddy Rice's be carved on there today? The officials have to evaluate this weather. The front stretch can't see much moisture, but it also doesn't take much.
I'm a little feverish.
Yeah, I'll bet you are. Again, Dave Letterman, growing up here north side of Indianapolis. All of us that have worked here in Indy for so many years know him well. In fact, he and I even exchanged some correspondence from time to time. We consider two good correspondents, I might add. Consider two, Kenny Breck was the guy originally to have been in this car. And then he had that devastating accident in the last race of last season. And he is watching the car he was scheduled for in front of the Indy 500, closing laps, yellow out, and some raindrops falling. Jerry Punch?
Well, guys, these raindrops are a break for Buddy Rice in more ways than one. By fuel calculations, he pitted on lap 168. He would have had to run 32 laps. The most they had run today was 32 or 33 laps. They had told him to conserve fuel. He had to average over 2.8 miles per gallon to make it to the checkered flag. Now that's not a concern. The fuel mileage building as we are here in the pits, and the anticipation is such that everyone beginning to smile and thinking about what might just happen here a few laps from now if Buddy Rice, Bobby Rahal, and this man David Letterman head to victory lane. Gary?
And Jerry, just a couple of pits away, Kim Green and the entire team backing Tony Kanaan. Some long faces. They know what's happening here. Kim just told us, he said that we were going to have to go 36 laps, but the yellow is helping us in terms of fuel. But with the rain sprinkles continuing, a radio report from Tony a moment ago said it is raining harder on the backstretch. The glum faces down here basically know that they're in a position of resignation nearly. It would take some kind of a miracle. And as Kim Green said, the pity of the situation is the fast guys are all up front. Paul?
Oh, Michael. Down in front of him, Mike Mancuso, one of the great aerobatic pilots in the world. They're all just devastated by the possibility that exists, and that possibility lies in the fact that the yellow light is on. It is on. Make a decision, and that decision is whether or not they let this continue on to the 200th lap or 500th mile, or whether they don't see a lot up in the rain, in which case they'll put out the red and the checkered flag at the same time.
Guys, you see how close Tony Kanaan is to Buddy Rice right now? If it does go back to green, what he's trying to do is fill his mirrors and put a little pressure in the mind of Buddy Rice to see if he might make an error on the restart.
You are not going to rattle Buddy Rice. People have tried that before, but he has this steely backbone that, I mean, this guy just seems so unfazed by everything. The bravado that he shows with his hat turned around, the soul patch, that's all real.
And don't forget that ABC's primetime lineup will follow our coverage here. But if you're watching on the West Coast, it'll go at its regular time. Gary Gerald.
Michael Andretti, we've talked so much about this super team you've put together, and right now a super team may be a super victim of the elements. What are you feeling?
I don't know. I mean, Buddy just, he has more speed than we have, basically. You know, what can we say? Even if it goes green you know, I think we're still going to have a tough time. You know, we're second, third, and fourth. I guess not too bad, but still we'd like to, you know, be in number one. But who knows? You never know. I mean, you know, if this thing goes green again, we still have a shot. You know, Tony's not going to let him have it. I'll tell you that.
How are you accepting riding this emotional roller coaster on this side of the wall?
Oh, it's okay. You know, I'm gotten used to it now last year or so, and it's been okay. It's been a little nerve-wracking today, having 3 of them up there all day long, but, you know, it's been fun.
You good for fuel now with this yellow?
I think it's going to help us a lot. Yeah, I think we should be okay, I hope.
Well, as he alluded, Paul, you just never know for sure around this place because now the raindrops have stopped for the moment, it seems like.
Boy, you get no hint from the starter, Brian Hart. I mean, he's pretty stone-faced there, whatever he's hearing on that headset, as to what the plans might be for this race. Now the race officials are talking about a possible green flag and get the race back to running. Bad news for Bobby. Maybe not if Michael Andretti's evaluation is right. One thing is certain is the uncertainty now. And you got to give credit to the race fans at Indianapolis. They've been on their feet for the last hour, and they've been here all day since the track opened right at dawn this morning.
Paul, I told you back in 1986, Bobby Rahal was the winner of the Indianapolis 500. He was driving for Jim Truman. A late race pass on Kevin Cogan earned Rahal and a very critically ill Truman the victory. There's Jim Truman in the sleep cheap hat. 10 days later, Jim Truman passed on. I know, a lot more hair back then.
Well, all of us, including this guy. Let's go to Todd Harris.
Well, Paul, it's a picture of anguish, joy, everything wrapped into it. And Bud Rice, I know you're enjoying this, but are you praying for rain, or you just want these laps over with? Where do you stand?
I just want it over with. I don't want rain. I want to race. So that's what we want to do. We're here to race. So rain would be short, but I'll take the rain.
Win or lose, you've got to be so proud of your son.
I'm very proud of him. I'm very proud of him right now.
When he was coming up through karting, did you ever think one day your son would be running out in front of the Indianapolis 500 with just 23 laps to go?
No, never thought about it. I never thought about it. And I want to say I'm thankful to a lot of people for our help to get here.
Well, the rain continues to fall here. Bud Rice, I know, doesn't want the rain. He wants to see his son run it all the way out in 200 laps, but this has been a fantastic day. Not only did he get the pole, his crew gets him on there for the fastest pit stop, and he's on the verge of doing some great stuff. As a father, it can't get much prouder. We'll let you enjoy the moment and send it back up to Paul Page.
You know, the Borg-Warner Trophy and the winner's wreath await down at Winner's Circle. All we need to know now is whose name are we going to put on those? And that certainly is still not yet decided. Rice, Kanaan, Weldon, Herta, Junqueira, Mira, Fernandez, Dixon. You know, if they go green, they all have a shot at it. In fact, you still have 14 cars that are on the lead lap, and you can bet they're going to bunch up.
Paul, you know, Louis Meyer is the one that's believed to have started the tradition of drinking milk in Victory Circle after winning the 1936 race. And the one guy that didn't do that I can think about in recent memory was 1993 with Emerson Fittipaldi drank orange juice.
And he caught a lot of flack.
Oh, and lost a lot of money.
Yeah.
Of course, he did that because he had a giant orange plantation down in Brazil and was trying to promote his own product.
Guys,
the rain starts to come down a little harder now. Maybe this decision is about to be made. And the starter has now picked up the white flag. He's going to show yellow and white, which will tell everybody one more lap to go, and Dave Letterman knows what's going on now. Buddy Rice is about to be one of the 17 drivers who got their first career win at the Indy 500. He'll be number 18. Last to do it, Buddy Lazier in 1996. Yeah. Here they come. Pace car in front. First U.S.-born winner since Eddie Cheever in '98. First win for Dave Letterman and Bobby Rahal as owners. Yeah. But you know, I don't want to be a Hill Omen, but you still got to make it 2.5 miles.
No, don't you know that he feels that right now as Kanaan comes up beside him? Probably he's going to give him the thumbs up. But you know you still have that 2.5 miles to go. You never count it until the checkered is flown.
Honda, 1st through 7th.
It all started at the end of last year when Kenny Brack decided to crash at the late moments of the last race, but Buddy Rice comes back, wins the pole for this race, and it looks as if now his visage will go on that sterling silver trophy. Buddy Rice, Phoenix, Arizona, on his way to victory lane.
We started the day in raindrops. We're going to finish it in raindrops. The checkered flag is waiting for Buddy Rice. Gary Gerald.
David Letterman, it is all but official. That checkered is waiting for your driver. We heard your emotions earlier on. How great is it?
It's indescribable. And, you know, my thanks. There we go. There we go.
Thunder.
I tell you, I don't think the rain made any difference. We could have gone the full 200 laps. And was there a stronger driver in this field today? Was there a stronger car in this field today? Didn't look that way to me. And my God, what a job Buddy did, just coming after it and coming after it and coming after it. And my thanks to Bobby and to Scott and Honda and Argent and all of these people that really, really work hard and smart, brave, tough guys, and it's just a thrill to be a part of this.
Did you ever permit yourself, David, to think about the possibility of this very moment?
No, are you kidding me? No, not at all. I mean, when Buddy put it on the pole, I called Scott and I said, what happened there? And he said, well, we made it go as fast as it could go, and Buddy made it go faster. And by God, that was the case, wasn't it?
A couple of months ago, you welcomed your son Harry into the world. Yeah. Now you're welcoming an Indy 500 champion of the family.
It's been a good year. Been a great year. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Gary. I appreciate it.
Terrific year as Buddy Rice, Honda-powered Firestone shot, wins the Indianapolis 500 for Bobby Rahal and Dave Letterman. His first win in his IRL career. There couldn't be a better moment. Of course, when you look down the top 10 as everybody strings across the line, it would have been a great moment for any one of those names. But right now, the celebration goes to the Rahal Letterman team. They've done it. They've won the Indy 500.
A lot of people work hard. Not just me. I mean, a lot of people work hard.
Everybody comes up to congratulate Buddy Rice. Todd Harris.
Well, he's a very happy dad. He said he was the first Bud, but his son's not Bud Jr. And I'll tell you what, you got to be pretty happy for Junior today.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy.
Well, the rain really didn't cause the race. Moments ago, David Letterman said, was there a stronger driver? And I think everyone would answer no. Today, it was your son, and that 15 car was unbelievable.
It was very good, you know, and it was prepared well, and they did a good job for him. So.
When you talked to him last night before he came to the track and today, was this anything that you talked about with him, the possibility of victory? Anything? Did you even mention it to him?
No, this has never been mentioned. So I just told him to have fun and good luck.
And now you can go back to Phoenix and tell everyone you know my son is an Indy 500 champion.
Yeah, I can do that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, with Buddy Rice's victory, the race has been won from the pole 17 times. That's unbridled joy right there. The Indianapolis 500, bragging rights for the year and a big leap in the IRL Series points. Jamie Little.
I'm with Michelle Noonan, the girlfriend of Buddy Rice. What has the last 12 hours been like for you?
Just absolutely crazy. Just nuts.
I can't imagine standing on the side. You can't talk to him. You just have to watch lap after lap.
Yeah, it's been very brutal.
How bad do you want to give him a kiss right now?
Extremely bad.
Congratulations, girl. Go celebrate.
Thank you.
Yeah, head down for that winner's circle. Nice thing about a new team, sometimes they're not even sure where to go. You've seen that, Jack.
Well, there's one reason why we saw sunglasses in this rain. It was to hide some of the tears of joy that both Michelle and Bud Sr., I'm sure, are shedding right now for the son and the boyfriend that is now an Indy 500 champion.
A final left-hand turn. They'll get the gate open. Buddy Rice will pass through it and into history as a winner of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Ray Hall wins as an owner, but let's give some credit to Andretti Green. They finished second, third, and fourth. Kanaan, Weldon, Herta, Franchitti finished in 14th. A very special moment in a man's life. Now they're going to have to back it around. Borg Warner Trophy is waiting. The wreath is waiting. Over $1 million is waiting. And a bottle of cold milk. The Gordon Pipers pipe the new champion. Tradition that began when Jimmy Clark came here. But with their pipes, they bring him in. Well, that's back into take it back into the garage, get it out of the rain.
Probably, I'm sure, because the lightning's coming, Paul. They're not going to be standing out there, and you know the Borg Warner Trophy's not going to be out in the elements, that's for certain.
That's what Indy means, right there.
Any open day he had for the rest of the year, guys, has now been filled with promotional tours.
Yeah, forget it, buddy. Your life is not your own for the next 365 days. And we're seeing a new winner's circle, of course. This one with fluorescent lighting to get Buddy, the car, the trophy out of the rain. I don't think Buddy would care, but that silver trophy we care a lot about.
Well, the celebration is ongoing. Decades of dreaming, years of planning, and weeks of testing. And Buddy Rice has won the 88th running of the Indianapolis 500. He puts the huge Firestone hat on in the wreath and gets high fives from this Ray Hall Letterman crew. Scott Remke, the general manager, and now Buddy, the ceremonial sip of milk, indicative of the winner here at Indianapolis. Hey, Buddy, you began today first and you finished today first. Congratulations on an outstanding effort.
Least amount of mistakes, and we had to go through some diversity. We had a little bit of an issue in one of the pit stops, but hey, these guys been fighting all year. We had a couple of these deals won, and just had little mishaps and stuff that was none of our own fault, so this is great.
Recap your life for us and the dreams you had over the early years to get to where you are today.
This is just great right now with everybody, what they've done for me and my family and everything to help me out. This is it's pretty unbelievable.
But the rain made no difference. You had them covered. You were the strongest car all day.
We knew we had it all month. We had it at we've had it before. We were strong. We knew it. We didn't panic when we had our bit of an issue, but this is it's racing and anything can happen. So it's great.
Well, today his life will change forever. 28-year-old Phoenix, Arizona driver Buddy Rice becomes the 63rd different driver to win the Indianapolis 500. Terry?
All right, Jerry, they said he was a better fit for the X Games than for Indy. He proved them all wrong. David Letterman's top 10 list today, it begins with Buddy and it ends with Rice. There's your unofficial results. Buddy Rice from the pole wins the 88th Indy 500, and the rest of those who spent a long day here in Indianapolis. The rain certainly played a large role, and we were 2 hours late getting underway, and then the hour and 47-minute rain delay, but certainly a great close to this day for Buddy Rice. And Bobby Rahal, the winner in 86 as a driver, now as a team owner. Don't forget your primetime lineup is up next. You will not see it in its entirety, except on the West Coast. It appears in its regularly scheduled time. What a day. ABC Sports is online at ESPN.com. Search ABC Sports. A great day. The 88th running of the world's greatest race. We congratulate Buddy Rice and the Ray Hall Letterman Racing team. For our entire ABC Sports crew, Paul Page, Scott Goodyear, Jack Arute, Gary Gerald, Jerry Punch, Vince Welch, Todd Harris, Jamie Little, I'm Terry Gannon. To truly be the king, you got to capture the Indy crown. And for those who do, it is certainly worth the wait.
That's what you are. You're burning me like a shining star. How am I supposed to be the king without you? Oh, oh, oh. It's true, yeah. Everyone is just the same. They love me, but I can't say there has been no one brighter than you. I can't deny these things that I do. Feels like the world's at stake, yeah. I have been waiting for you.
The wait for the Borg Warner Trophy is over for Bonnie Rice, the 28-year-old from Phoenix. He wins the 88th Indianapolis 500.
I have seen no light brighter than you, and I can't deny these things that I do. Feels like the world's at stake, yeah. I have been waiting for you.
This has been a presentation of ABC Sports Championship Television. Goodbye, everybody.